lovely. I love when they do that. You know how when X gets started, there's like a limited amount of time before the thing will just automatically cancel itself?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate that. Elon, fix that, please. Alright, I have to restart a new source, but fortunately that connection is easy enough to reboot. Boom, done. And it might take a while for some people to start filtering in the beginning, but it is what it is. Today is going to be a closed session, anyways. It'd be really hard to be able to balance a conversation between the two of us with the amount of time we have limited for the conversation, and then also audience questions. But I can pull from the audience while they say whatever piece they might have to say.
Yeah, fair enough.
Individual simulation. In the background, I'm playing Don't Starve Together. I gotta do something to keep my hands busy. Right.
Fair enough.
Alright. Shit, my back. Oh, that felt like a bag of Doritos. Oh, fuck. I'm old! Alright. Hi, hello. Shabbat Shalom. Shiloh Like Howdy. Today is Sunday, the 10th of August, 2025, and I am talking to the Gator Gamer. Hot off the presses.
Hello.
Hot off the presses of our, was it Friday night? Friday night podcast appearance of Anime Rumors?
Yep, Friday night. It's all right for booming.
We had an extended conversation afterwards. Just getting to, feel out each other's boundaries and whatnot, as well as a really fun show. Granted, we were all custom and very fashionably black late, as you do. It totally was not my fault.
That's what I say every time I'm late. Sometimes it works.
Like we live far enough east that we can all just say we're living on Negro time. It was just black people time all the time. But you're white! I'm black on the inside where it counts. In my mind.
That's what I always say. I'm black where it counts.
So, I actually want to start off with an origin question. Tell me how you got started on the internet.
Do you want how I got started with Gator or how I got started in general?
I guess how you got started with Gator. Memory lane.
Yeah, because that's an easy one, because the answer is that I was participating in this little cultural zeitgeist at the time called Gamergate, but I was using an account that was like one step away from my real name. It was literally like I can say this now because I'm fully doxxed and I don't care. It was my Twitch account was like Stillbeard or whatever. And I was using that at the time, but literally if you Google that, you got my docs like instantaneously. And so there was this group called the Bill Wagoner Crew that were going around doxing people that were talking about Gamergate. So I was like, oh crap, I need to make a new account so that my information doesn't get out there. And so I was like, well, until I think of something, I'll just, they keep calling people Gamer Gators. So why don't I make an account called the Gator Gamer, and then I'll come up with a better account name later. And, well, I never did, actually. I never did. Gator just kind of stuck.
Now, I know because of good old Ralph that you did end up as his particular Tard Wrangler on the net. And
True.
The only part that I am not personally aware of is exactly how the falling out happened. Because every time I hear about it, everybody's got a different version of the story, so I want to get it from the source.
Yeah, people like to, and this is something I've noticed on the internet too before I get into the story, is that people tend to have this problem where, they play telephone with origin stories or events and stuff, so you'll hear the original version of the events and somebody will just twist one little thing, and then by the time you hear the story, they've twisted like 50 different elements so that it bears no resemblance to the way the story originally happened. So there were actually two falling outs with Ralph, and they both are kind of tangentially related to each other. So the first falling out happened in June of 2019. This was after the pill stream where Ralph got really fucked up, and he did the "it's not true, go fucking eat it, call you an Uber," that whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that happened, and like Ralph just got really, really, really mad at Flamenco because Ralph blamed Flamenco. Like Ralph has this tendency where he'll take somebody that he's mad at over the slightest, lightest, dumbest shit, and all of his life's problems are that person's fault. And so he decided that the reason the show sucked at the time wasn't because Ralph was pilled up and being retarded. It was because it was Flamenco. I hope you don't mind it. I forgot to ask what the language boundaries are, but
let me brainstorm. I am on Twitch, so probably invent some words if you feel like
Gotcha.
the word to directly describe them is too spicy.
Fair enough. So, Ralph's an idiot. We'll leave it at that. Ralph's an idiot. So, Flamenco was basically blamed for literally everything. And so Ralph was like, well, I don't want Flamenco on the show anymore. And I was like, I mean, okay, that's kind of stupid, but whatever. And like Flamenco, I forgot to take permissions away to have him join. So he joined the show anyway. And I was like, oh shit. And Ralph like got super mad and he crashed out. And there was like this whole post-show argument where Ralph and Flamenco, like Flamenco was trying to be nice and just being like, dude, you're going through some shit. Why don't you just like get your stuff together? And he was like really trying to be a good friend, and Ralph was just having none of it. And then like he started getting ass hurt at me because he's like, why'd you bring this F slur in here, and you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. And I got pissed off at him. So I was just like, well, if you're gonna be like this and just like blow yourself up over the dumbest stuff, then I quit. Like this is stupid. This is non-heterosexual, and you're being a non-heterosexual, and I left. And that's basically how the first falling out happened. And then he like charged back like the money that he had paid me that month, and all sorts of dumb stuff happened. It was really stupid. It was really stupid, but I was content to like leave the show, and I was going to just like stay away from it. But then he had like the Boulder Stream anniversary, and I'm the kind of person that it's really, really hard. Like you have to be an absolute abject asshole to me for just like beyond the pale for me to ever like have a eternal feud or like not like you forever, because I usually get over shit pretty quickly. Like for instance, like me and Flamenco hashed things out like a couple months ago, and like I'm like, yeah, I'm we're cool now, because me and him got into it a little bit like a while back, but we're cool now, and that's how it is with me and like 99% of people. Like if I have an issue with someone, I'll either talk it out or get over it and just move on and not care anymore. And so I got over, my issues with Ralph and ended up having a lot of fun on the Boulder stream and kind of, got back onto the show. And the second time, as you know, Ralph had been kind of in his perpetual, years-long crash out, as it were. And he had pretty much pushed every other co-host away. He had a falling out with Randbot because Randbot was pissed off that Ralph was streaming on Nick Fuentes' platform, Cozy TV, and Randbot's like, Nick Fuentes is a Fed, Nick Fuentes is an F-slur, I don't want to stream on, I don't want to be a part of a show that's on his platform, and this. And so Ralph was just like, well, you suck anyway, so GTFO. So Randbot left. Andy Worski, I don't know if I have to explain too much about Ralph's falling out with Andy Worski, but it was literally over the fact that Andy was friends with people Ralph didn't like, and so Ralph got mad about it and was like, Andy Worski's plotting against me. Andy Worski's, gonna he's gonna do all this stuff, and so Ralph stopped letting Andy on the show. And Andy was like, and then Ralph, like, later on, like, starts throwing major barbs at Andy. And Andy's like, what are you talking about, Ralph? Like, you just haven't asked me to be on the show, like, ever. Like, what are you doing? Like, and their falling out was probably one of the dumbest in history, because it's just like Ralph, like, thinking that Andy's doing all of this stuff when he's just not. It was so stupid. It's stupid to this day. And then with me, it all goes it all goes back to Mr. Mediker's appearance on Anime Boomers, where, because I've always been the kind of person, like, I can take a joke, and like even if it's at my expense or my friend's expense, and I've always been this way. And so on like, even on the show, on the kill stream, like, I would crack jokes. I would crack jokes at my expense. I would crack jokes at the guest's expense. I did the mushroom Swiss burger. You could find that. I literally, while the guy was on there, I was like, yeah, I bet you could find that in a number of different places. It's funny stuff like that. Like, that's what because I always saw the kill stream as sort of like a shock jock morning radio show.
Yes.
Where you could just, like, shoot, where you could shoot the shit, and, like, the whole point was to be funny, to be entertaining. And the problem is, when you're trying to tap dance around people's egos and people's, personality disorders, it becomes a problem when you crack a joke and it's just supposed to be, everybody laughs, and then they get butthurt because you made that joke. Mm-hmm. And so, we shook the pill bottles, and it was, it was funny, ha ha ha, the pill stream, whatever. But Ralph, and the thing about Ralph that a lot of people don't know is that Ralph will let a lot of stuff go until, like, he wants an excuse to use to justify something. And I think what happened, this is just my personal theory, I don't know this for a fact, but I think what happened with getting rid of me on the show is, I think that Ralph, the Kiwi farmers had started doing this whole thing where they were like, Gator is, and this is what they do, the Grima Wormtongue shit, where they try to, like, they do this thing where they'll gas somebody else up to try to set them at each other.
Yes.
And they basically did that. They were like, oh, and you can tell, like now they're just like, fuck Gator, Gators, and F-slur, all that stuff. And this is what they do, because ultimately, they're ontologically evil. Mm-hmm. So what they did was they were like, Gator's like the best part of the show, and it's like, obviously they're lying because they hate me. They hate my guts. They hated my guts from day one. They're like, Gator's the best part of the show. He's, he's great. He does all this technological stuff, and haha, his show with Mediker was hilarious, and Ralph could never do that. And look at all these numbers he's getting. And Ralph is a numbers F-slur, mm-hmm. And so he saw that and he internalized it and stewed on it and ruminated in it, and it made him jealous. And when he gets jealous of somebody, he just cannot be friends with them anymore. And so when he went to Portugal, he decided to get super offended that I had Jim on the show, and didn't, like, tell Jim, you're not allowed to make fun of my friend, because yeah, that'd work. So yeah, he got offended by that, and he's just like, well, I can't have someone on my show that lets people on their, streams say this stuff about me. And that was such a, dark and deeply personal moment in my life. And I'm like, Ralph, you live streamed it. You literally live streamed yourself pilled up. Like, you've got to just laugh at it and let it go. So he got mad about that, and I said, well, I've kind of been doing my own thing anyway with Anime Boomers, so I'm just going to continue doing that. And, like, I wish you the best of luck, but I'm not going to take a behind the scenes role, because that was the thing. He was like, I can't have you on the show. I can't have you, public facing. I'll let you run the technology and stuff, but you're not going to have, like, a speaking role on the show anymore. And I was like, well, then I'm just not going to be part of the show anymore, because, like, that's part of the gig, is also, doing stuff on the show as well. And so I was like, yeah, so I'm not going to be part of the show. It's like, I wish you the best of luck with everything, but, like, I'm going to go do my own thing then. And so I did. And of course, famously, Ralph got his shit rocked in Portugal and came back later and tried to be apologetic and be like, "Oh, I was just messing, you're such a good friend." I was like, "Yeah, like I appreciate all the nice things you're saying, but I'm still not going to come back. I'm still not going to come back to the show because this is now the second time you've done this to me, and once water under the bridge, twice is a pattern. I'm not going through this song and dance a third time, especially when I'm like doing my own show and trying to book guests on my show and doing all this other stuff, like, and I'm working a job, like a really like that was the other thing going on at the time, is that I went back to school to get another degree to work in another field, and so at this point I was already full-time with a job, and literally, like, I was doing like on the job training because I was going to graduate like that summer. And so I did all that stuff. I was finishing up my last semester in school, was getting like hands-on on the job training as an intern. And like, I was like, I can't deal with all of this stuff anyway, so I'm just going to stay away from the show. And someone like tweeted at me, it's like, "Oh, are you done with the kill stream or whatever?" And I said, just as a joke, just to be funny, I was like, I wish I'm not going to be part of the show anymore. I wish Ralph the best in his future endeavors. And that made him mad because, as you know, in WWE, when somebody gets fired, they always do the future endeavor. They say, "Oh, we wish you well in your future endeavors," And I was just, it was just supposed to be funny. I was like, "Aha, future endeavor." He didn't fire me. I fired him. It was a joke. But he got so ass hurt at that he started hinting at my docs. And so I was like, "Okay, Ralph, if you're gonna play that game, then," because Andy had messaged me and asked me if I wanted to go on Kino Casino, and at first I was like, "I don't know," and then Ralph did that, and I was like, "Okay, I'll think about it." And then Ralph started dropping more info, and then I was like, "Okay, yeah, I have to do this now, because I'm not going to let Ralph just slow walk and then just eventually drop my docs one day. I'm going to punch back twice as hard." And so I did, and I started all this stuff because Ralph was also shit talking the whole time. He's like, Gator didn't do this, Gator didn't do that, and Ralph has a tendency to just make shit up as he goes along. So he'll just come up with some like the most off the wall shit and just say, "Yeah, this is totally true. This totally happened." And there's like everybody around is like, "No, Ralph, that's not true." none of that's true. And like a lot of the people in his orbit had to point out at the time, like, that wasn't real. Like, you're just making shit up. So Ralph does that whole thing. I go on Kino Casino and I start dropping receipts that show that Ralph is a liar and he's just lying about all of this stuff. And so in the Chill Stream Discord, he literally just posts my address, just straight up just posts it, which of course directly leads to my docs. He likes to claim, "I didn't do it, that was Zoom that did it," but I mean, I have the screenshots of him dropping it in the Chill Stream Discord. It was him.
The program?
No, Zoom the the script kitty.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, Corey in the house.
It sucks that my brain is like, wait, two sides of my world are trying to collide right now. Which one is he talking about?
I'm glad that in the last 2 years, the only time I've said the word Zoom is talking about the program.
I unironically had moments where between my job working at a factory during the beginning and middle of COVID, where some children, lovely, lovely children in my state of our lovely educational system, decided they were going to put my hands on my sister because she is an educator. And these children are not that far away of a walk, halfway across town. And I had to learn that some of them were coordinating behavior over Zoom calls. So my brain, for a second there, was like, "Excuse me? Somebody coordinated this shit to..." No, that you can't talk about that. No. No, that's too big of a small world. Ignore me, I'm stupid.
No, you're fine.
Mm.
Yeah, A lot of because a lot of these stories require you to know all of these obscure characters because Internet Blood Sports is like a telenovela where it's like, yeah, unless you know what happened in season one, or this, this character that appears briefly in season one is going to become relevant to the plot in season five, stuff like that. Like, it really is like I would say Internet Blood Sports is a telenovela. It's like a soap opera, and you have all these like interweaving plots and crossovers with all these other, shows or whatever. Like, it's really like, I feel like it was the point at which there was no going back for the internet. Like, everybody sort of realized at that time that starting non-heterosexual interpersonal fights was the fast path to getting attention. And so now you have, and so people noticed, like, the fall of Baked Alaska and all these shows blowing up, like Backyard Blood Sports, Kumite, and all that. They realized that actually, and Josh was one of the people that realized this too, it's like, actually, if I start fights with people over the dumbest stuff, then that's the fastest way to getting eyeballs, getting viewers, and also the fastest way to getting paid and getting money from subscribers. So you see it now a lot where you have these people that will start up entire streams that's just devoted to fucking with somebody and tipping the cow, as it were, because they saw how successful it was during like the Bloodsports era, and everybody wants to be the next Medicare. I get accused of this a lot, that I'm like aping Medicare shtick. We're like, well, yeah, so is the entire internet. Nothing is original. Everybody like gets their style, their habits, their personality from somebody else. Actually, I'd argue mine's more so from PewDiePie, because that's kind of what I started doing. I started out as a Let's Player, and that's with me and my friends would like sit on the couch and we'd play like scary games and laugh and goof off and scream like girls when stuff popped up on the screen. Like, that was basically my origin story. And I've always, I was a theater kid in high school, so I get it naturally. Like, this is me.
Oh no, we both can't beat out the allegations. Shit.
No, I can never beat the theater kid allegation, ever. Yeah, I was a theater kid, so I have that sort of, larger than life personality.
I cannot escape it simply because I was a person that was an extrovert bullied into being an introvert, that became an extrovert again in his adult age, that then was bullied again into being an extrovert, because I noticed that all the people around me effectively were going through the exact same loop that you described. For me, the internet didn't really mean much. I just needed my social group of my IRL friends. Then, as I aged up into becoming a second generation legacy into my sister's student life group of college, all these people that effectively had more or less babysitted me, granted against their will, now had me running around with cocaine energy. And it was just a question of figuring out how to discover who and what I was and how I wanted to go about expressing those thoughts. And it was not always sunshine and rainbows. And I told you some of that situation on the end show. But for the sake of podcast, it's all information that's like physically public about me, because I think I am one of the few, if not one of the only content creators that is so easily accessible to know, to reach, and to also discuss and talk to. Because all of the jobs that I had gave me the ability to have free and open access to the internet at the same time that I'm on the job. So at any time, I could be tweeting, but it's not because bro just doesn't go to sleep. Bro's like constantly on the internet. It's like I am in between jobs, and then I will appear just like Panda does, Loping, gaming in Pandas. And I will then disappear like a thief in the night. An N-word in the night. Zach, in your radio fridge. Because my boredom was satisfied in between jobs, just posting on the internet, just posting online. because without having the ability to do that, I was very much at the mercy of my boredom, because I spent a lot of time playing video games, like an exorbitant amount of time, so much so that it just became a necessary part of my persona. Granted, it was a very dick level of my persona. I was not a very good person all the time, but I had pride in what I could do because I was actually really good. I was competing for money. I was setting up what would have been my offshoot ramp into esports. The actual good, like, tier 1 side of the esport, not the tier 2, tier 3 that currently exists because of the Saudi Arabian sports washing. But I was
Right.
making enough that I was happy with where I was, and that is not even counting for the parts of my job where I was just a fed. Like, this is probably the most notable part about me because I was just open about it. Like, I used to work as a part of these things in Operation Task Force that would put pedophiles in jail. I would be the one responsible for going through their computers and then amassing the details alongside the officers that were assigned to the case with the detectives, and then I would have to testify to the material that I had to recover and I had to scrounge. It was the
Yeah,
shittiest.
I remember your
But
I remember you talking because wait, this was actually where you first got on my radar, was when you talked about, you had a clip where you talked about how people that go around like reporting people for anime stuff
yes,
to the feds, how much time it actually wastes for them to, because they have to, whenever they get a tip and someone's like, oh, so and so is a pedophile, well, what's your proof? Oh, well, they like anime, or they like this anime girl, and Bulma is literally a child.
mm-hmm.
They have to actually go and waste the time investigating,
Mm-hmm.
and they actually have to sit there and be like, okay, well, they sent this tip, so now we actually have to look at it. We can't just ignore it, and it wastes federal time when they could be actually going after actual pedophiles.
Yep, I remember exactly which clip you're talking about because one of my editors at the time, I had 2 of them. Now one of them I have like on retainer because he does it for free with the promise that I will pay him in the future because I paid him before. That was a clip that was edited by, at the time, British Knight. Now he goes by Palo Anglianism, UK citizen, Brit Bongian. That clip, I didn't even get the full context. It's not just the Fed time you waste. It's the local time, it's the state government time, and then it's the Fed time. Because usually the types of, like, rings of pedophile content that you need to find, I'm putting it as pedophile content because just general CSAM, CSEM, and cheese pizza, as the children like to call it, stupidly. All of it usually is done by a group of people, not just like a singular person. So I can give you a good example. Like, what is his name? They harassed his family. They insulted the grave of his brother. They did it because he had an opinion about anime. Chibi reviews. So,
Chibi reviews, yeah.
if a person sends a tip into their local police department that is closest to the jurisdiction of the user in question. So, I live in Muskogee County of Georgia. All of this information is public because Lauren, Tiffany, and Sincere Cooper, aka Renfamous, once upon a time, in like 2014 to 2017, tried to put a hit on me to her fan base. And one person tried to take them up on it, and he is now buried in a $50 pine box in Linwood Cemetery in my town. More on that later.
Damn.
If a person sends a tip to the Columbus state government through the consolidated government, and then that is then fed to the sheriff's office as well as the police office, that automatically gets kicked to the gubernatorial level all the way to the relevant figures that deal with the criminal processing in Atlanta. So that's 2 hours away. Then they have to coordinate with the people in question, especially if it's going to be some type of ring where it's being traveled over state lines, because then you get the Alabama Patrol, because I live in a place where I'm this close to the Alabama state line. So the Alabama police get involved.
Right, so you have jurisdictional
Yeah.
questions.
So then the Alabama police get involved. the Alabama sheriffs get involved, the Alabama government gets involved as well, because usually what's affecting one state's affecting the other if it's that close to the line. And it's within 15 miles, so it's not an insignificant amount of distance or concern. Because technically, anything that is within a 150-mile radius of Bibb City, which is historically called Bellwood, B-A-L-E Wood, in areas around it. There's a bunch of fucking counties that my brain cannot remember with the sound of the national weather alert going through my head. But basically, take Columbus, Georgia, and draw a giant 300-mile radius around it. That is the radius of jurisdiction that it will apply to for all of the legal cases that require online cybersecurity. And they are very behind on it because we have boomers in our offices. Because we have Democrats in our offices. Getting them to coordinate with the police and then setting up the court cases that then require people to attend jury duty to then hear the matter of the case is near impossible. Because nobody wants to go to jury duty. Because you gotta sit, you gotta wait, you have to be processed through, they have to see who they want to pick, and then when they start picking who they want to have on the jury, there may or may not be people who get cycled between several cases. There might be people who get no time returned at all. I've experienced on the side of a civilian, I've experienced as a member of the forces responsible for finding the jury. Because the hard part, because there's multiple different clips of it, but I think on that same clip, there's then the clip of me like pantomiming being in the court and having to present the findings to the people. Like, there's an element where my grin is considered, because I showed you some of those logs from that particular user that I ended up having to remove, where they just said, nah, he can't do that, not with that smile on his face. Yeah, I'm not a person that likes to smile when dealing with serious problems like this. I'm not the same person. Carl and single-player Carl are not the same person at all, mentally, especially when it comes to children. So, we have to go through all this process. We got to do the sting operation. We got to find you. We got to pull your logs. We got to pull your hard drive. We have to go through and scour your hard drive to see if you tried to have any deleted partitions. Then we have to sit down and look at it. Looking at it alone is usually a waste of time because everybody's got a secret Goon file on their computer. All of you do. Some of you are public with it. Some of you are not public with it. Some of you like Gravure pictures. Some of you are fans of cosplayers in various states of undress. Non-Summer Jack. Cutie Pie Senpai.
Hey, I do love me some Face Connect cosplayers.
Face Connect's probably
but see,
some of the best of the worst.
You can see me looking at that shit because I will comment on it. So
I'm public with what I got. Everybody knows what the fuck I'm into. I can never be accused. But, belying the point, they gotta go through this entire process. And the sheer anger that is in their voices when they find out, oh, you sent us to go look at little Timmy's hard drive, and the worst little Timmy does is he spanks it to Neon Genesis Evangelion porn. Like, obscure Japanese porn, obscure German.
Bro is jacking it to Asuka, and the cops are like, you mean that you sent me here over a guy that's just looking at anime characters?
Mm-hmm. See, we live close enough to Atlanta where the majority of our cybersecurity concerns are now updated to a modern standard because of companies like Hi-Res/Titanforge. Because they are kind of they are getting closer and closer to becoming the southeastern Los Angeles of the region. And so they are very painfully aware on how to treat all this. So they do a lot more now. So not only are they scouring your normal legal information through the normal channels, they're also scouring your online profiles. What they started doing now is they started scouring the online profiles, and if what they find out is that the person is a media figure, they're just going to give them a call first. Especially if it's a call of swatting. Because people love throwing around people's names legally all the time, but a lot of them, they will not roll up on content creators because sometimes content creators are packing a lot bigger of an arsenal than the police are, and the police do not want to be on the broadside of civilian ARs or civilian weapons, especially if they happen to be living in a rural what a hard word, rural area with weapons and homesteading. So they'll call you first, especially if you've already put in that contact order and said, hey, I'm so-and-so, I live at so-and-so. If you get a call that so-and-so is wielding a machete or is stalking people with a weapon, please call us first. Don't break in my house. Please do not SWAT team me. These officers and these investigators and these DAs are very, very litigious when it comes to people wasting their time on this, to the point that we've seen people get some good fines and charges, and maybe about 15 people out of 150 that when they will do false reports, they get at least up to a year in prison that they have to then commute down to like an entire year of community service. I've seen fines upwards of 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 for people's wasted time over anime characters on the internet. And I think the most angry I've seen a judge is holding somebody in contempt because when they then had to review the file, they found out that the material in question was, of course, Lolicon Shotokan, but it was clearly labeled Lolicon Shotokan. So, not like Boku no Pico, which we all know is on the list. That is an actual Fed trap. But obvious stuff where it's like, there's no way you think this is a child. I don't know who told you this was a child. This is cartoonishly a child in a way where it's like, what was that one anime where all of the characters had cartoonishly large breasts? It's like that.
I was about to say, you're gonna have to be a little more specific.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's an anime where all of the characters, including even the small characters, had cartoonishly large breasts.
Was it the one? Because I'm thinking of the one from Anime Hell. I don't know the name of it. But I do remember that there was one in Anime Hell where all the characters had cartoonishly large breasts, and I can't for the life of me remember what the name of it is.
I'm trying to look it up and trying to skim through all the ones that are then just directly showing me X video tags. It'll probably come up. One of my audience members will remember the name of it.
I'll say if any of my audience is in chat, they'll probably know. I've got a pretty well-read weeaboo audience.
But yeah, my beginning years of getting on the net before my friend died was pretty much I go online, I check QE Farms, I check Twitter, I do my job, 2 hours later, repeat the process, 2 hours later, repeat the process. After about an 8 to 16 hour shift, go home, play video games, go to school, play video games. Then after I graduated, do the same thing again. And then once I was able to go to college, because I did not want to be a federal worker forever, go to college, do the same cycle, in between classes, or maybe even in class, because I was so far ahead of everyone else because I was bored. I transferred in from Troy University to go to my sister's alma mater. It was a back and forth process, and most of my time being on the net was to entertain my boredom, which is how I ended up on the farms. And then
that's pretty much how everybody finds the farms. I do think it's funny though that that for years they're like, there's no feds here. It's like, well, case in point, I know at least one.
Like, there are so many feds that are on that board, and they're all just lying, saying that they don't exist when they know for a fact that the reason they can get all this information, and they even teach people how to properly archive shit, is that that's the legal way that people write down the doc's information. Like, scoring through somebody's stuff to stop them from DFE is the exact process that you do to find information, because it's called a digital doorstep. You connect a person's online personality to their offline personality so that you can have an actual paper trail to figure out who they are. Because if you go through things like Spokio, you're just going to buy the data to find this person. And then you're going to use AdSense, and you're going to contact groups like Google or contact Microsoft and be like, hey, here's the information of the credit card that's associated to this person's identity. Can you please get me a list of the identifying information that I can use for the purposes of a legal investigation? And they'll give it to them. Because of course they will. Because that's an entirely different conversation. And the fact that so many workers are on that site is equivalent to the leaks of Ashley Madison, and then of obviously additional to the leaks of T-Spill. Like, there are so many feds, and not just American feds, European feds too. people working in The Hague, people working in MI6, people working from whatever the German equivalent of intelligence is, even on the civilian level. It's not like everybody's going in and out of fucking Langley, but there are some people that, yeah, they're pencil pushers, and they go to the farms to entertain themselves when they're on their lunch breaks. It's not at all preposterous.
Yeah, because it's the one place where you can actually use the skills that you've learned being a Fed to, you know, to just, like, fuck with people on the internet just because you're bored.
Like, the barometer where the deeply involved, capitalistic-centered, left-leaning liberals that then became shit-libs, that then became Antifa members and members of Media Matters, it's the same political agitation, just from the other side, if not from the middle of the aisle. Like, the majority of them are apolitical. They don't care. They just care about what is true. If you say something that is false, they're going to prove you wrong because they love proving people wrong. If you say something that is explicitly a lie, and then you're doing so from behind anonymity, we are going to reveal you. That was the mentality that most people had. Not because they wanted to maliciously do it so back then to tip the cow and then find a new person to milk tar to come off of, but because it's like Talbot. You can't harass people over you not getting people to say that you're not a pedophile because you like the lolly characters of Genshin Impact, and harass every single person you come across that laughs at you, never said anything to you, just laughed and said, wow, that's really funny, that's really stupid, and called for personal army requests, and think that people are not going to start investigating who you are after, like, the 200th time you've done it. Which is exactly how people like him got his boards. Also, wow, Exo Crusher, that's a lot of money.
Hot damn.
$125, bro. Thank you very much, Exo Crusher. But yeah, it's the exact same energy, and it's the same idea that then led to people on Twitter learning how to archive things. Like, I know everybody's very addicted to using screen caps and shit, but the methodology of archiving things on the net is the exact same mentality behind people using archive.today, PreserveTube, and all of these other website links as like physical hot links in your hot link bar, to just one click and the page is archived. Don't have to debate that it's real. Here's the link. Well, you don't have proof that they did it. Yes, I do. Here's the link. You don't have an update to the minute. Yes, I do. This is updated within an hour. Like, stop it. And then, of course, when Birdwatch came by, the Birdwatch now becoming community notes. It was all just streamlined, and people just I would say within a length of time of like 8 years, it just became normal, and nobody questioned it anymore. Mainly because everybody's been doxxed. They've experienced some type of doxing. They've experienced people snooping around their personal identity. They've had a person try to unsell them because once upon a time, when they were a small baby streamer and they had less than 50 people watching them between any few platforms, somebody came along and said, keep hating your life, working class Andy, and they took it to heart, and they just simply grew from there. That's not everybody's journey, but it's pretty much the journey that most people experience when they came to this. And so, all of us are very, very well versed on how to protect ourselves, because we either were a person victimized by it, we knew somebody who was victimized by it, or we watched someone become a mortal statistic victim to the thing happening, and we said, never again as long as I live. And that's just become the common culture of the internet, that, hey, I'll call you a retard, you call me a retard. You call me a gibbering baboon that's got gynomastia, I call you a semen lich that inhales more children than you've been able to bury, let alone that are dripping out of your various holes. But I will never say where you live. Even if I have the information in hand, I will never post it. Because it's the worst thing you could do to somebody, to rip away their privacy. Because at least everybody's got to have a place to put their head down at the end of the day. And that entire mentality went away over COVID. Because Joshua Moon is a fucking cuck.
He said it, not me.
Like, he is unironically a cuckold. He is a cuckold. He allowed his hatred of other people and his orcophobia to justify every person who he thinks is transgender to be a monster. Because the tactic of the left wing is to harass you and dox you and then single you out. Because they want you to struggle. They want to use the techniques of struggle session to isolate you. Also, thank you, Yan. Is it actually Father's Day today? Wow, time flies. They want to use the tactic.
Yeah, I gotta call my dad a little later.
They want to use the tactic of the struggle session to isolate you, right? But then they want to make it very obvious to everybody that this is a broken, dusty, ugly person. For the men, we just get attacked because we're men in general. For the women, they will harass the women by saying the only way that they could have gotten that popular, if they're pretty, is that they must be a slut. If they are ugly, broken, dusty, ugly woman, the only way a person could ever be attracted to you is for you to hide your face behind a pretty avatar. ... Right? Because that's the line that they say about all the female VTubers. Granted, I've seen some of the face doxes of certain VTubers. I've got to tell you guys, these women are 6 out of 10s minimum. They become 8 out of 10s with makeup. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about here. We're all fucking busted. Who cares? But that's the culture. And for the most part, the internet has treated Kiwi Farms as a load-bearing pillar of this behavior because they believe that if they don't have Kiwi Farms, then the entire internet falls down. When really there is another
it's
four, there's another 4 to 9 pages. Go ahead.
Load-bearing, R word. Since we're on Twitch. They're load-bearing R words. That's what people have believed for so long.
I would never deny and say that there isn't culture that has been made clear through Kiwi Farms. Because it's not Kiwi Farms is not a place, it's a people. Unironically, Asgard looking ass motherfuckers. But Kiwi Farms is a mentality. The mentality of Kiwi Farms is to think that you are better than Reddit, but you act the exact same way as 4chan. If you act like Reddit, 4chan, or the most annoying people on Black Twitter, you know the ones I'm talking about. The hoodweeds.
Oh, we all know the ones you're talking about.
And you act like any of those people on TikTok who steal our tweets and then they post no content. They just take our tweets, they stand there limp-faced, and then they put our tweets above their heads and they farm clips off of us. You are the exact same as them. You are not different. You are not better. The only difference is that most people don't know who you are, and if you are posting in anonymity, if people were to see who you were, the same comments you say about them, they would say to you. And that's been the culture for the last 4 years since 2020. Because there are people that go to the farms, there are people who are actual members of the farms, who actually talk to each other, who commune with each other. They go to those specific discords that are set up for movie nights, to the offline platforms or the IRC chats that they do still use to talk to each other. They DM each other all the time about dramas that they're involved with, or the pages and the users that are involved in dramas. Specific members that are specialized at spectrometer, that are spectrologist. Spectrometry. It's the technique that allows you to use sound waves to look at image files to find hidden information, as well as the the artificing of
spectrography.
Pictures. Yes, spectrography. Thank you. My mouth can't speak right now. And the masters that understand technologically how to do metadata tracking to find out if somebody has faked a picture, either through altering it in a program and then trying to erase the original metadata, or just creating shit with AI and trying to pass it off as real, or your usual gay ops. It's become the natural standard because that's what they do now. It's not all of the boards, I can tell you that much. Beauty Parley is more or less pristine and untouched because the female people, they don't have to fake the shit. Lolcows like Foodie Beauty are gonna be farmed forever. Lolcow Queens and Lolcow Live will be farmed forever. But it's the pages.
DSP forever.
Like it's the newcomers. It's the Lister Mercantes that you have to deal with now. That have made it clear with people like Dave Paul Rivera, real name of Earbagged. We know that because he would not shut the fuck up about his gooning. I am so tired of looking at the fucking bush of fucking hair on this man's chest every time we all end up retweeting that exact same picture of him with his open-faced ball of fucking Aveeno lotion in his right hand, and then behind him on the left, Pornhub on his screen. I'm so tired of seeing it, Dave. I'm so tired of it, Dave. It's the likes.
You know how I felt when I saw the gun, the gun picture.
Like, there's the gun picture. There's the historic picture of Vermin Roach and Vosh, where he used to have the camera framed in such a way that you could see people coming in from the door frame.
Yeah, and it's his goblin wife. It's like, oh god, you cannot sleep. There are monsters nearby.
Like, that entire spear of the board, that's the part of Kiwi Farms that is taken over as the masthead. And as long as that group is responsible for the direction in which drama blows, then the internet happenings will always be tinted by people who are just oikophobic. They hate other people. They hate the cultures that they're not directly in control of. Josh specifically hates the culture that he can't directly control. And if you ever go against him, it must be that you're a lolcow that just spurgs and is angry forever at the farms, instead of explicitly and specifically calling out the users and members that are responsible for trying to push the narrative against you so that they can then get the justification to then ignore anything you say. Like, oh, he's calling out not everybody, but 4 specific members who fabricated information. Ah, it doesn't matter. Single player calls a lolcow. He's just upset that he blah blah. You know what I'm saying? It's...
Yeah, well, that's what they do. They go out of their way to try to other somebody, especially when they have information about a particular topic, or when they're calling somebody out that's doing stupid shit, because it's like it's this solidarity thing. It's like, oh well, this person is part of our website, so we have to stand them. And they very famously got burned by that because Nick Rekieta was going after this one guy that was he was basically acting as like the Kiwi Farms court reporter. And then it turns out that he had been very public on the website for a long time and open about the fact that he was on the sex offender registry because he, did some shit regarding children. And he was a Kiwi Farms member. And they've tried to go back and try to rewrite history a little bit on this. But it's like, no, he was open about it. He posted about it in I think it was 2019. It's like you can't have it both ways.
The thing that,
but that's what they do.
Yeah. The thing
anything that happens. So whenever they tell a lie about you, it's God's honest truth. Whenever somebody tells the truth about them that's negative, it's that's a gay op, that's a lie. Mm-hmm. You can't prove it.
Mm-hmm. And then if you do prove it, they will say, well, you should ignore them anyways, because broken clock twice a day. But remember when you did shit in the past? Which is probably the part that annoys the most out of me. Because technically, the word we use it for now is not tard wrangling, but instead retard babysitting. On Twitter, people like myself, people like Jay Longbone, my friend, people like the Salt Farmers of YouTube, people like Oh No It's Alex, people like my head mod Horror and Hellfire. They specialize in basically insulting people who have done dumb shit, and when that person then comes back to try to clap back at them, you just find some information that exposes them, and then you just continue riling them up. The one who's best at it is Panda, because he has 2 whole accounts that are already big, so that he can be able to then just rile people up between 2 different feeds, and then the thread itself of him riling the people up goes viral, and then the person just spends all the time mindlessly replying for 10 hours, going back and forth with him. And if there is then a point in the conversation where they have dug themselves even deeper, quote tweet that one then goes viral, and it has led to multiple different actual cultural changes on the website. Especially the one where it exposed a bunch of adults that were sexually sharing porn to minors, because all of us that use Twitter correctly, we have the features that allow us to protect our website images as sensitive, right? You cannot see this picture because it is sensitive. They have to click a button in order for them to see it, or they don't see it at all. There were adults that were sharing porn with underage children who were going to the links of these posts from these people, like Panda, and it then unveiled an entire fucking network of pedophiles. Because they were angry at him, because I think it was the Kirby balls picture, like the picture of Kirby with a giant cartoonishly large phallus.
Cartoonishly large cock.
Yeah. And it's like, you were posting porn. It's like, no, I didn't. The only way you can see this picture is if you are actually looking at it through either a picture account where you're lying about your age, or somebody showed it to you. And it's like, nuh-uh, I saw it here. And it's like, pedophile, 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 pedophile. An entire Discord full of like 100 different pedophiles and taking like 25 to 80 children, all speaking sexually to these adults between these children. And the adults know the ages of these children and they're doing it intentionally. Those are the best moments, but they're also the worst moments. Things that are comparable to that on the forums usually end up happening between broadcasters. So I know a good example is the Destiny the Destiny thread. When Destiny tried to fake that he was going to be doing a debate between Jordan Peterson, but it was his cover story to premiere his 20K live viewer watch party of the Keffels documentary, of all the things that Keffel lied about, that Keffels didn't originally do research on, a bunch of blue links about all of the members of BreadTube and CornBreadTube at the time. And then the breakdown of how Bobkin Posting, the person who created Otsu Sunoco Pharmacy, was selling the selling the
DIY
bathtub,
HRT stuff.
selling the bathtub heroin and like documenting all of it. And literally, as they're premiering it, Keffels is telling the team responsible for posting it on the offline chat room at the time on her Twitch, and then on the offline chat rooms and the Discord chat rooms in the relevant channels, trying to delete it and then trying to get information request denials to stop the links from being posted. And then he followed up behind it and he posted all that, which is the same time where Rosewist got harassed by White Nervosa and bullied off the internet because she kept holding his web link hostage to the Whiteleaf URL at the time, which then led people like Dev to then do their whole documentary about how White Nervosa took the fucking server hosting money to buy crack and to do just non-stop crack and cocaine. Things like that. We have gotten to the point where you don't need TV forums to keep up with the happenings, because there are more than enough YouTubers who are going to be posting their own take on the dramas. That all you really need, if you really want to go to TV forums, is for the really explicit material, like Destiny Sucking Man's God. For that, you
Well,
can
it just
go to
sort of
forums.
turned into, like, it used to be a repository where you could store stuff that couldn't be deleted by anybody.
Yeah.
And now it's just kind of turned into this weaponized, it's a lot like what happened with the Killstream.
Mm-hmm.
Where the Killstream started out as just this funny variety show where, you never knew who could show up. You could have Keemstar arguing with Richard Spencer, stuff like that. Like, you could have two people from two totally different walks of life that would show up and call each other slurs. And then it turned into Ralph just doing nonstop personal army requests and, ego surfing himself and stroking his ego penis. The same thing happened with Kiwi Farms, where it was a website that was basically just there to talk about, like, funny shit on the internet, document funny shit on the internet, where the people that they were talking about couldn't, get them banned for talking about it. And it turned into, Null's, ego cock wanking and his personal army request board. I mean, that's why, that's why the people that went after Chibi Reviews, like, they're on his site now, and he talked about how great they are and how much he loves them, and, they fuck with people that I don't like.
Mm-hmm. It became a very lazy way for him to get free press and then free entertainment, because the culture of the site is the people who don't like us are the people who are sus. So if they don't like us, they must be sus.
That's basically the logic, right? It's like they don't like me, so therefore there must be a reason. There must be something in their background that makes them not like me because I'm so great. I'm so great. I am. They must not like the website because they're trying to hide something. It's like, no, you go around and you say that you don't allow personal army requests and you don't allow tipping the cow and, like, you getting personally involved, but then your entire website is about you getting personally involved with all these people and your users getting personally involved.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I ended up walking away from it because the event that involved myself and Smugroko And I showed you the information about that, and obviously that game of telephone is really funny because the actual truth and then the lie that was told about me continues to this day to be the funniest shit in existence. Because effectively, if the lie is to be believed the way that it was told, based on what I showed you, Carl supposedly paid a German to give himself fetish porn so that he could stroke himself raping his former associate. That's the lie, right? The trick here, in the mind...
That was the craziest like story I'd ever seen. I was like, what?
Now,
actually, what?
Now, the logic here, the logic that they want you to do, is that as they say you're spending too much time permanently on the internet, the reason we're looking into you is because you're acting like a lol cow, you need to stop behaving like a lol cow. If I were to have defended myself from that behavior, if I had just gone through it and been like, this is not real, I obviously don't do that, here's the proof, you guys are making shit up, people who are too lazy to look into it and to confirm it as false, you're giving it too much cadence, then I'm the one who's proved permanently online, and I'm supposedly not learning the lesson he deserved what he gets, blah, 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 blah. But when you walk away from that, and you just become a person who just posts your own content, you do your own research, you no longer need to actually go to the forums to get the information, because more than likely, if you wait like 2 minutes, and I'm not even hyperbolizing that, wait 2 minutes after a happening has gone live on the boards, I almost promise you, you're going to find that same topic being discussed on Twitter. You don't ever have to talk to them. You don't ever have to be around them. And eventually you just start realizing, you know what, I don't have to be here. And that's like the weirdest part. Because the nature of the board was supposed to be that we're making fun of people that haven't cleaned up their lives. The reason they're being looked at is because they're such a spur that they just don't have any, like, overarching thought of themselves as individuals. They believe that the worst thing that happens to them is that someone's talking about them, and that's really cringy. Then, when you disconnect yourself, when you choose to go off and do something more important with your life, the worst thing you could do is disconnect yourself, because now that's a view that you're not giving, and that's a piece of attention that Null's not getting to increase the virality and the happenings of the site. I'm trying to find a word, spectacle. The spectacle of the site.
Yeah. Because a lot of the problem with the way the site is now is that it's all him literally trying to create new... it's him trying to start new witch hunts because he's running out of content. And the moment that he runs out of content, he becomes the content. So it's this song and dance of, oh, I have to serve up somebody for my website to fuck with, because if I don't, I'm the one they fuck with. Mm-hmm. So here comes, you know, this you know, the threads being posted by Almighty Lolly, and it's like, oh, well, you know, Gator retweeted this, and as we all know, retweets means retweet means that you're in a Discord coordinating retweets.
Yeah.
And it's like what? No.
Mm-hmm. Like, retweets are not endorsements. I even have that written down on my fucking page. I have that written inside of my own page, and I've always had it there, despite the fact that people just keep doing whatever. Because I have the actual does not equal sign. Retweets do not equal endorsements, but supposedly, because you're friends with this person and you follow them, that means actually you're wishing for my downfall.
It's even more retarded because, like, I'm not friends with the Almighty Lolly. He's never been on my... And that was another thing, too, is like, someone said, it's like, oh, he's been on his show. No, he's never been on my show. I've never been on his stream.
Like, I've spoken to him kindly.
That's another thing. That's another thing that, like, irritates the shit out of me, too, is just, like, just don't lie about stuff. Just don't lie. Like a great example is saying, there's this one lie that I keep hearing over and over again, and it's Josh's fault for it because he can't, like, he's allergic to getting facts correct. He said that, oh, the VTuber that he talked to at that convention said she didn't want to have anything to do with him. No, he's mixing up two totally different VTubers. One was this VTuber called Hexa, and that's not even what she said. What she said was that she was glad that I wasn't in her meet and greet because she didn't want to get fucked with by people like Josh. And then the other one was Kiki, and that was the one that I met at the convention. But he just can't, like, he's just allergic to the truth because he's always constantly trying to find ways to, like, embellish a story to try to make it sound either worse than it is or more entertaining than it is. And he does this all the time, to the point that now, like, in the comments of every, like, archive of his stream, it's people shitting on him because he gets, like, the most obvious basic facts wrong. And it's kind of at this point now where it's like, is he doing it on purpose, or is he just, is this just who he is? Is he just a compulsive liar, or is he a, or is he an idiot?
Like, you remember the child in school who would always try to brag or along with his friends whenever they would get, like...
Oh yeah, my dad, like, literally, he is that kid. He's like, my dad works at Nintendo. That's who he is.
It's like, my dad
And the
works
reason
at
nobody
Nintendo.
calls him on this shit is because he runs the website. And if you argue with him about cheese, you get banned.
Like, my dad works at Nintendo. This lolicon is literally like the worst person ever. You have to see it to believe it. What, you don't believe me? Well, see, I heard that you touch children. What's my proof? I saw a live stream once upon a time, like maybe 4 years ago, where somebody made a joke about it, and then you chase down those links, and then you hold his face to it, and even if you respond to him and you have, even as a joke, a pride flag, any pride flag in your bio, oh, you're one of them. Block. It's the most funniest thing.
You're a rainbow warrior or whatever. Even though it's like, people put that stuff in their bio as a joke now. Like in old Twitter, people used to do that so they wouldn't get banned.
It was the meta. It was the meta.
It was. But see, that's the, that goes back to what I was saying. Like, what he does is he tries to, he'll deliberately make up lies about people just so he can try to weaponize people's aversion to that person and isolate them, so that they lose opportunities, so that people are more scared of the farms than anything. So it's like, if the farms doesn't like someone, they'll actively try not to associate with them publicly because they're like, hey man, I don't want the farms to like fuck with me or anything. And this is the power that he wields, and he knows he wields it, and this is why he has to go around and lie. Like when he calls me a lolicon, I've never been a lolicon, ever. In fact, there's episodes of the kill stream you can go back to where I'm making fun of people like Digibro, or like grilling Pantsu on it. It's not that I think that like the lolicon is like CSAM or anything. Far from it. I don't think so. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to occasionally like make fun of the people that were, like that's their thing, right? Because it's still a funny like subculture.
It's one of those.
But see, now I'm in the unenviable position where I have to defend those people because, now we have people like Josh that are out there who, once upon a time, like died on the hill of like even the most obscene and ridiculous of the lolicon was okay, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll go that far, Josh. Like that was his shtick back in the day, and people use the excuse like, oh well, he this happened on his website 9chan and it changed his opinion. He was still defending it after that happened. The reason he changed his opinion on it is because he got a more right-wing audience from Internet Blood Sports in 2019 after Ralph like literally shit himself and destroyed his career, that he had to start like going against his old opinions to try to cater to that audience, and that's the only reason that he did it. That's his falling out with Dick Masterson and Digibro. Like that's the only reason that he did it.
And then Digibro became transgender, right?
Yeah. I mean, there were kind of always signs with Digibro, I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like I should say that about almost all anime type YouTubers, because it's a brand.
What are you saying?
Hold on, wait, 1 minute. There's a spectrum between, and when I say this, I mean the mainstreamers. So you are in a niche that most of the time it's going to prevent people that are only interested in the baseline oh, I love this anime because it's great, and it's just yet another shonen battle anime that's being glazed by the hoodweebs because all they understand is aura farming, air quote. Between Digibra and what is his goddamn name? He looks like Monroe, but he's not Monroe. Pedantic Romantic. Between these two spectrums...
I'm so sorry, Dimitri.
That's
like the worst thing you've ever said about Dimitri.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Oh.
But Pedantic Romantic does actually look like he could be Dimitri's brother. Very gay brother, but it's true! It's true! I promise! But there's a grand spectrum where all of these people that, let's say they're trying to audition to become a member of Crunchyroll. Let's phrase it like that. Amongst the YouTubers that are trying to get in good with the graces of Crunchyroll, and thus Funimation, and people like Sabat, and Monica Jean Rial, and Jamie Marchi, there is a spectrum where it's very clear they're only comfortable doing it because they have a defense. Like, for Joffrey Thew, Mother's Basement. His is that, well, I can't be bad because I have a wife. And it's like, remember when you called the creator of an anime an incel male and you had to be corrected over 500 times because that's actually a very well-known public-facing woman with a whole husband? Remember when you lied? Remember when you lied? Remember when you did that right after playing the video game that proved to you that that was the case? We remember, College Farm remembers, or the non-stop spurging from particular people. I remember the time where I winded up Pedantic Romantic by calling him by his name. I can't remember what it is now, but I remember I was mocking him about it, to the point that he got fucking upset that I kept repeating his name. I didn't say his last name, I just kept repeating his name, and I kept showing pictures of him. Where it's like, yeah, bro, you definitely know everything there is about that, don't you? And lo and behold, he became a transgender. Just like Digibro became, although I don't know. Maybe he gooned out. Maybe he was just a trender. But Pedantic Romantic was probably the best case example of a trender at the time.
Yeah, I strongly do not believe Digibro was a trender. I think there were some signs.
This man had weak mind and flexible knees. He was not long for this world as a male.
I was doomed from the truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
The Discord getting headset was bought from the start. Oh, I digress. But there is a spectrum amongst those creators where it is very obvious that without the interaction of anyone involving themselves to them directly, that the majority of them would fall afoul of these problems without anyone having to get involved, to the point where it became normal for them to start doing shit to, like, make up for it, where they do something really dumb and cringy as a way to be like, haha, I'm just like you. We all do embarrassing stuff from time to time. And I think the last example of that was Joe Cat and that dumbass music video of his.
Oh, yeah.
Because at the same time, amongst people like Lily Pichu, which is an entire era of content creator that has overlap only because they are either getting featured ads or they're being paid by companies to get them to play these video games that they then play once and then never touch again. Most of those creators only really give a shit if they are directly being paid money, any way that gets them to be involved, so that they can make some kind of necessary monetization back on the high end from the low end of the content. So, I'll give you an example. There have been multiple crossover events inside of Smite. Smite 1 and Smite 2, technically. Because Smite 2 is supposed to be the new version of the game, but it's not very good. And Smite 1 has tons of crossovers. It's had crossovers with Old School RuneScape. It's had crossovers with the Shoujo. Whoa! Uh-oh, Gun Run! It's had crossovers with Ruby and Rooster Teeth. And all of these people, like Skara and Lily Pichu, and their particular circle of friends, they get the advertisements, and they get the customer runs, and they get the VA jobs to do the voiceover packs for these games, and then you never see them touch those games again or interact with those scenes again, because they are that disgusted by the people that they meet in those scenes, because they know them to be fucking weird, all of them, because they hate who they are, they hate what they like, they hate that a lot of their ability to make money is based on these particular, I'll lovingly call you all fat men in reserve, just having this wish in their head to get to meet their favorite creator, and they don't want to scream at the top of their lungs, "Get your fat, greasy fingers off of me," because they know if they said that, their paid money will go down by $500,000 that month alone. It's the Pokemon effect. It's the Pokemon effect. And hell, even Pokemon can't stop herself from doing this. How many times has this woman made fun of her audience for the fact that they don't have enough money to give her for her white label fucking cookies, or to be associated, with her shit where she's got fart compilation as a banned phrase in her chat room, or the stream where she harassed and made fun of that guy that made the Pokemon fart compilation, and just gloviating over him and torturing him. These creators, especially Twitch, there's a pivot for the conversation. All of these creators, they know who makes their money, and they know what they have to do in order to keep themselves relevant. And it's an infinite money glitch for them. Get a little bit of controversy, maybe get banned for a day and a half, come back to double the subs, double the donations, double the sub goals, double the hype trains, and then keep repeating that glitch over and over again. Granted, if you're speaking of the Twitch side of this spectrum, then like you have to start factoring in the e-girls, but honestly, the e-girls aren't even the hard part anymore. Well, for Twitch alone, it's probably just Hassan and his anti-Semite squad, but for most of these creators, it's like you have to pivot, and you have to suck somebody's cock eventually in order to be in that sphere, because it's all based on who you know and whether or not you did drugs with them at a frat party or at a public party.
Or in the case of Hassan, a brothel.
Like, I can remember, there is a news story by the name of the Cornball incident. Destiny Cornball. And the Cornball incident, if I can remember it, it was either the cheese ball or the cornball. Destiny Cornball. Twitch. There was a moment, I can't find the link, but there was a moment where, when Destiny was still amongst the Twitch broadcasters, amongst the scene of people like Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig, what they call the Poggers community and the WL community. It used to have people like Gideon, the black guy who criticized Pokemon, and her response was to get him fully banned off of Twitch. That one. The one that then turned his life over to God. The dregs of what then eventually spun off and became the AMP streamers, like Kai Cenat and the rest of them. There was a time period where Destiny was around those people, and they liked playing this game where they would throw a corn ball in the air and you had to catch the cheese puff with your mouth. And there was a whole spectrum of lying that went on, because these parties were streamed live. And they would just, the next day, say, "Oh my god, I hate that guy. I can't believe he acts like that. He's so weird. Why the fuck does he do that?" And then people would just look up the fucking clips, because they're all over livestream fails. Because, you know, it's the cock. It is, in fact, the gooning cocksucking ring of One True King and all of those other mid-sized to high-level streamers, because they just run the platform. They would find the clips and then be like, "Okay, so why did you lie?" And then they would just, like, disappear. They'd go somewhere else entirely and say, like, "I don't know what I'm talking about. I ain't never done that. I didn't do anything like that. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm saying." And this different from the connection of people on Twitter, where people like myself, Ashley Tina, Yap-In, Christina Tasty, Jay, Mahler, the people who are a part of Friday Night Tights or have been in their spectrum, like that Star Wars girl, I believe her name is Anna. Relative niche internet micro celebrities that may or may not also have Instagram pages. The difference of the way that they choose to interact with each other is basically farming the shit out of any particular situation. And if somebody who is amongst the bigger names of the platform just have to be thrown to the fucking to the goddamn wolves, they will not only throw them to the wolves, they will actively put their knife inside of Julius Caesar's back, and then they'll act like they don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There was an event where Whitwix was being accused of rape. I don't know if you know who Whitwix is, but he was a relatively large content creator at the time, and he took a very big hit on his subs to the point where he's now a 3-figure creator. But there was an event where he was being accused of rape, and there were people who went out of their way to stop him from being able to speak his case. They got him banned on Twitch. That was the first step. Then he had to get his shit brought back up. And then as he was getting his shit brought back up, they tried to get him banned on Twitter. Then they were calling for Twitch to the support page and the Twitch page, as well as multiple members of Trust and Safety, the public ones that you can't say for sure they are or aren't, like Zach Busey, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, but one of the people who's like now like the favorite member of Twitch staff that just repeats most of the Twitch talking points. He recently had a tweet where he was trying to attack the leadership of Kick because they had a conversation with Devin Nash. These people would tweet at them trying to stop him from being able to have a public platform so he could defend himself, because they needed to make content off of attacking this victim. And all he did is that on his page, he posted the Uber receipt of him getting her to the place where they supposedly had sex and to her back to where she needed to live, with the physical receipt showing how long she had been gone from said party. That completely exonerated him. And then the next day, they all go live like nothing happened, and this man is going through it, fucking crying tears, playing Mario Party 8 Deluxe, and then buying a wizard outfit, and now he streams old school RuneScape, wearing the wizard getup. If you weren't to see it when it happened, you'd feel like you're smoking crack, because it happened so fast.
That's how it is with like blood sports, right? Like, you try to explain the lore to people, and they're just like, they look at you like you have 12 heads. You're like, what?
Now, I know for me that I can be very wordy. I said that on the podcast as well. But this is like, what are you talking about? It's like American history. You can't be a broadcaster and not know your fucking history. Because if you start saying things about people and you're wrong, the people who are in their audiences, they will contact those creators. I remember that one of the ways that I ended up fighting against Shark03 was that one of my fans DM'd me my face from his thumbnail and said, hey, I don't know if you know this, but this guy's making clips up about you. He went onto the platform during this time period where Asher Robata was getting dunked on. She was playing Kingdom Hearts 2, she was playing Critical Mode on Easy, she got mocked by somebody random in her chat, nobody who had ever literally been there making fun of her because she was playing on easy mode, and Kotaku and all the rest of the fucking websites that have now been purchased by that one firm were making articles saying, it's so bad that women can't be able to play video games on the platform. These chuds are so bad that they just harass women for the fact that they choose to have fun. I remember getting that DM, and that then led to a 4-hour stream between myself and Jay before I had to go in to work on a 10-hour shift making credit cards for TSIS, where I had to go through his backlog. Let me go pull up that one. I believe that is pulling Shark03 Scout really hard. One second. I remember sitting there and going through and doing a 15-minute deep dive on his background and being like, really? This is who's trying to call me a liar and trying to make $536.47. I remember the number exactly because that year there was a hack on Twitch where we got to see the back end of everybody's payment. You could go and see what your channel was making, and you could see in the notes where it's like, streamer, do not ban, to come directly to Trust and Safety. Talk to so-and-so first before contacting user about punishments. And it's like, oh, all of y'all are just, okay, I see how it is. And that whole system became how a lot of us learned who was a part of the trusted people and who was not. Yep, I found it.
Yeah, who was the Twitch insider, who wasn't?
I remember talking to a member of Trust and Safety because my friend Amy actually put me in contact with one of them. And I remember that user specifically telling me, the reason why you still have an account is because we found you on QE Farms. And I thought, if I ban this guy, I'll be doing super good. And then I saw that your numbers were below double digits, and I thought, well, he's just some fucking chud. What kind of damage could he actually do? And to this day, I don't know for certain if it was Zach, or if it was another member of Trust and Safety that's still a part of the company that is responsible for the backroom Slack conversations that was revealed by Dan Saltman. That's the content dad of Destiny's circle. If Kyla, which is not so erudite, is his content mom, Dan is his content dad for Destiny. Those Slack backgrounds told you that the internal brace of the company is all left wing. They're all lefties. They're all lefties.
Oh yeah.
They're all in on the shit, and they all hate people who get involved with anything political or anything public facing, so that they can then control the narrative, because they have their own opinions and they'll promote whatever opinion gets them across the line to attack people. Also, I found the thing I was looking for. If you look there inside the live broadcast chat, you see how in the background it's got it has the zoned out thing where single player Carl 7 hours ago, oh honey, you thought you did something. Hold on, I got something for that. And then Shark03's dumbass response from 7 hours ago underneath that thread was okay. Basically, I found the exact April 7th to April 10th tweets that he had used to try and take me out of context for this video that on his channel that is the lowest performing piece of content that he's ever created. People like him make their money doing that. Like, they just go onto Twitter, they pull something from the timeline, they go onto a show that they call Taking Out the Trash or Just a Meme, and they will just harass people and give bread and circuses and peanuts and red meat to their audiences. I call him out on that live stream.
Yeah, it's content. It's really, it's the worst kind of content slop, because it's like content, it's like drama slop is what it is. It's like, I'm going to start shit with somebody, and then I'm going to fire up a live stream and just like make up a bunch of shit.
Yeah. You're going to bring up a live stream, you're going to make fun of this person, you're going to try to bait them to give you content. If they go into your Discord and talk to you, you're going to cut their microphone, you're going to take them out of context, you're going to take words and put words in their mouth, you're going to do a bunch of shit to just insult the fuck out of them and piss them off, with the intention being that you want to get them to act like an idiot, so that you can then monetize them acting like an idiot. And as long as you yuck your yum out of them, and you get money out of them, it's all good at the end of the day. Because, hey, it's just content, right? You shouldn't be upset. It's just content. But then it's like, in order to do that, you had to dox them, you had to attack them, you had to accuse them of something that isn't true, and then that gets back to your family, that gets back to whomever, and it becomes an entire cycle, to the point that becomes known information about that person's behavior. So then that person gets removed from podcast appearances. So people like Dylan Burns, Hippie Dippy Championship, you get cut out from that because they don't want to bring on somebody like who's going to be doing gay ops like that. That's gay. Nobody wants to be around that.
Exactly.
You get cut out from talking to people like Sitch and Adam because, granted, I don't think Sitch and Adam are size queens. I remember once upon a time where I was in the chat room and Adam was like, "Hey, you should consider coming on sometime, single player Carl," and it just never materialized for whatever reason.
You might have said something positive about Trump. And
maybe.
Maybe. He might have gotten mad about that because, man, I've never seen somebody that's like not explicitly left wing that like has TDS as bad as Sitch, man. I like Sitch. It's just like, come on, like I've been very critical of Trump. I mean, you can just go back on my timeline. You can see me just being like, I'm just like, hey, orange R word, stop, being stupid. Mm-hmm. Like, but like Sitch, like, it's just like when you're trying to use like the A-log tactics against the sitting president because you think you can girl boss and gaslight your way into like ending his presidency for what reason I'm not sure. That's what I don't really understand, like what his particular issue is with Trump. Like I think there's plenty of criticisms, right? Like from the right and from the left. but like I don't really know what specifically Sitch's criticism of Trump is. Like I'd like to hear like what he doesn't like specifically about him, like in like what positions he doesn't like stuff like that, because like I can articulate what I don't like about Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like his bait and switch tactics where he'll promise something that you really really want, and then he'll just be like, oh, actually no, we're not going to do that.
Yep. Then he come.
Oh, pay attention. Look at this thing that I'm going to promise and then never deliver. I'm like, holy shit! Like it's like Trump operates like a video game company.
It becomes like another case of fell for it again award, where you
it is. It's literally fell for it again.
You just sit there and it's like, this time for certain, guys, right? He's gonna do it this time. This time, it's not a lie. This time, please, 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 please. I'm begging you, please, 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 not let it be a meme. And it's like, no, it's not. It was never going to happen. It was never you. It was never gonna be you. It was never gonna happen.
Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. But yeah, and getting back to what we were talking about, because that was a huge tangent there.
Yes.
But you know, yeah, like the problem with a lot of creators is if you don't agree with them 100%, you're 100% their enemy. You know, like I was talking about earlier with Josh. You know, it's like a lot of these creators have that mentality that they can't talk to people that have even the slightest differing opinion to them, because they have to have their hug box, they have to have their safe space. And it's gotten to this point now where, like, I remember back in the day where the kill stream, for example, right? You could have somebody that was like a Sargonite, that was a skeptic or whatever, go on there and talk to Jim, and you know, they could banter back and forth or whatever, and it was funny. But it was like, yeah, they would like V would come on, right? V would come on and, you know, get dunked on by Chad or whatever.
Hashtag kick V.
You know, that yeah, kick V. Like, it was fun back in those days because people didn't really take this stuff overly personal, and people were just able to have conversations with people they didn't necessarily agree with. And now it's you have to 100% agree with somebody to talk to them and interact with them. And I just think it's really stupid that we've gotten to this point where people are so ideologically driven that all they care about now is the narrative, and it's so stupid.
Mm-hmm. I don't like the side screen nature of it, because all of us have always been, we are always standing on the shoulders of giants. If we were all side screens about our content, most of us would not be anybody. Period.
Yeah, well, a great example, right? Like, you know, Ralph, great example. How did Ralph get his start? He got shouted out by Milo Yiannopoulos and Mr. Medicare and Adam Baldwin. Like, everybody starts from somewhere. Josh, another great example to bring him back up again. You know, how did Kiwi Farms, you know, become what it is today? Because he went on shows like The Kill Stream back in the day. Dick Masterson, you know, The Dick Show. And there's a clip of him talking about that where he's like, oh, well, I have to go on these shows because it's the only way that I can, you know, keep the website sustainable. Like, this is, everybody starts somewhere. And this idea that, you know, you got to be a size queen. It's like, oh, well, you look at so-and-so's viewers, look at their subscribers, you know, look how many, you know, how many super chats they have, look at their live viewer count. It's like everybody starts somewhere.
It would not be that big.
I think it's the average version. I think the average Twitch user has less than 3 subscribers, or not 3 subscribers, but 3 live viewers at any given time.
Mm-hmm. Like, it would not be this big of a deal if it weren't for this mentality that then leads to a never-ending cycle of the only way that you can get past the point and line of barrier is to get over the barometer of social proof necessary in order for people to be like, oh yeah, I'll watch that guy's content. I've been told by a friend of a friend that he's got actual good material. Where from the grapevine, because you had a conversation with Memphis Wave, You then get to have a conversation with Honeybackers. Because you had a conversation with Mythical Wave and the Honeybackers, you then get to have a conversation with another content creator. And then it becomes a series of shaking of hands where everybody comes to the table and it's like, I heard from a friend of a friend about this particular thing. And then all of a sudden, it comes the element where it's like, oh, Tech Tones on the Unsubscribed podcast. He was actively fucked over because he called Fergan a fat and called her a fat. Insert word here. And he called her fat. He get banned for 2 weeks. She attacks him and says, "I hope all veterans get PTSD." Nothing happens. Hey, Brent Herrera, how do you feel about that? It's one of those moments where if all of the business has pulled the ladder up and every single content creator is acting as though they are in a fortress arc permanently, not just I'm disassociating from these people in this particular sphere of influence or this particular behavior, but I will never engage, I will never let somebody build an audience off of me type shit. And it's like, they're not building off you, they want to talk to you. Then there's always going to be this hard ceiling that every person interacts with where they're not able to ever understand where they're coming from. Because the keys to that access is in the hands of people that they then ignore, that are responsible for the culture that they are aping, so they can then build their audience off of those people that they have already set themselves on ignoring. If you don't have people like, for example, you, then you lose the ability to understand the people who are going to be coming in and truly getting a grasp of all those people who are now central to news stories and information that has to do with your background. Because nobody can tell you about the Gator Gamer other than the Gator Gamer. By all means, you can get the information from somebody else, but why not talk to him? Oh, well, I heard that he's this and this and this and this. Well, why don't you just talk to him? Well, I don't know. And eventually, just like between, is this real or is this not? Can you tell me the reasons why you're upset at him, or are you just spurting? It becomes, well, I don't want to talk to him because I'm scared. That's usually what I get. I get, oh, I've been
And that's
told.
usually what it is, right? Like I said earlier, like, I have people that will be like, hey, that Josh is talking about you. I don't want to talk to you because I don't want him to fuck with me. And it's stuff like that where, people, and that's the weapon that they wield, right? Is the threat of doxing and swatting and all this stuff is so great on that website, because again, he actively courts those people because he likes to have a personal army available at any given moment. But it's there as a scare tactic to scare you into falling in line and sucking his cock. And if you fall out of line, try to ruin your life and do the life ruination tactics so that no one else steps out of line.
For me, when it comes to like the social conflicts of it, it's like you're involved in this story. Why not talk to the original source? Or if you're around these groups of people, you have an opportunity. Why don't you just talk to them and get to know them, and then you'll have more information to look into it. Oh, well, I can't do that because so-and-so. Where it's not even, I'm scared to talk to this person because I've been told if I talk to them, then I'm not going to be allowed to go here and talk to people during this stuff. But it is more like, I'm scared to talk to this person because if I talk to him, then I'm going to be told that I am not allowed to associate. Where, by proxy, the way that the fucking people used to do it on Twitch, where you're talking to this person, and because you're talking to this person, that means you are a bad figure. And you are a bad figure, therefore we're going to cut you out of being involved with our particular plans and hobbies and stuff. Because
it's what's happening to Asmongold right now, where people are like trying to, Baby No Money censored his face in his video.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a perfect example. Okay, that's a perfect example. So Asmongold, one of the founding members, or at least one of the better members, bigger members, that then became a part of the Heart and Soul. Not the Heart and Soul, but a part of it. Of One True King.
One of the linchpins of One True King, yeah.
One of the most important front-facing community members of the entire streamer business. slash influencer group, as a brand, as a creator, as a community member. You then have the OTK member space show up as a part of the taping for your music video. Asmongold gets banned because of his particular, let's call it JonTron-like comments that he made during a Destiny debate.
But who the hell knows what per capita means anyway?
Similar to how this happens all the time, where even there, the Destiny orbit, the GDGX, is looming over us like the shadow inspector that lungs among us. He says comments that then reveal the internal Slack communication of how they speak about him and his community on the platform. You then see Baby No Money choose to be in the social influence and even sit down next to and stream alongside and appear on the broadcast with Hassan Piker. But you censor Asmongold's face over those comments, and you give a pussy-footed, middling response where it's like, well, I don't want any problems. I want peace in the Middle East. Okay, cool. So, terrorist, good. Asmongold saying there's a reason people feel like this, bad. No matter if you agree with his statement or if you denounce his statement, terrorist who wants to make money off of inflaming never-ending drama, good. Problematic, quote, bad optic streamer, bad. Alright, wonderful. That then becomes the explanation for, well, you streamed with so-and-so, so you can't be in this social circle. Where then everyone is sucking a cock, potentially. They're like, there's not even a cock in their mouth. There's not even a cock in their throat. It is the specter. It's the specter.
Schrodinger's cock. The cock is there and also simultaneously not there at the same time.
Yes, it's like the speculative cock is already...
The theoretical, the hypothetical cock.
It's pressing against your lips because, hey...
Neil deGrasse Tyson, we can sense the cock. We can get a feel for the cock, but we don't know if the cock is really there.
It's forever in front of your face from multiple angles. Different community penises. Saying, hey, if you want to be in front of us, you can't be over there. Hey, if you want to be over here, you can't be over there. And every single one of them refuse to talk to each other. Because if it doesn't happen in a DM, they will be torn to shreds for it. Assuming that the people that are looking at the information actually understand how to parse the information, right? Because we know for a fact that Ethan Klein's audience is a little bit smarter than, well, a lot smarter than Hassan's audience. Even though, once upon a time, even he was willing to be a side M. But he at least evolved. He went through his Giga Ultra evolution from Ethan Klein, the guy that's letting himself get fucked over by Hassan Piker, into Ethan Klein, the rent payer. And he's able to now differentiate.
Ethan Klein, Digivolve 2.
Ethan Klein, Warp Digivolve 2, Defender of Palestine. But, he at least evolves in his knowledge and his perspective of how he approaches conversations with people. Because it's very easy for yourself, if you are that type of person, to find yourself in the middle of business, where business and pleasure cross over with each other. And if it weren't for you doing what you have to do in order to make that possible, then no one ever would be able to have conversations with other people. Because every time you want to talk to a content creator, you have to double check whether or not your agent says you're allowed to.
Yeah.
If you're not allowed to talk to that person, then you have done the worst thing possible, and you're going to get no benefit for it for your career. If you do the right thing, and you do at least approach because you have the invested interest of not wanting to put a foot in your mouth, and you're willing to be friends with people who would be antagonistic towards you. You're willing to be friends with leftists because you actually enjoy the community and the camaraderie of talking to that person. You share similar interests. You actually are involved in things that they're involved with. If a person was to be involved in something like, say, Phantasy Star Online 2, back when the game was good, before it got ruined by all those fucking left-leaning dumbasses that made it about politics, I would have no problem, right? I could sit down with somebody like Shark03 and talk to Christopher directly and say, listen, bro, I don't like when you act like a fucking idiot. But you could be funny, or funnier, if you just stopped fucking trying to proselytize and attach yourself to this identity that you've been given by the left wing. Because it's not important. It doesn't help you. But they are not willing to talk to us because the exact moment that they talk to us, they will be hanged. Because the left wing cannot allow for any level of opinions from people that they consider persona non grata to get over the cords. Because you're talking to a Nazi, you're talking to a bigot, you're talking to an incel. By giving them platforms, you're legitimizing their arguments. And so we have to get rid of you because now you are a part of that missing link. If we don't get rid of you, then it's going to come back and it's going to blow back on us. And we can't have that type shit. And that level of Fortress arc, I think the first person to really start doing it really hardcore was Vosh. But he's not the only one. Destiny's been doing it ever since his lawsuit has started up. This level of behavior where they have to do it and be involved with it because if they don't say something or do something about it, then it will cause them never-ending acrimony. That level of problem that they have to solve for themselves is only truly, really only ever solved by the fact that they at least are safe-ish. As long as they don't get caught, like, red-handed on a date with a person. By that I mean, if for example, it were to come out that no, actually, I don't even have to make up a hypothetical. Destiny and Lauren Southern. Destiny and Lauren Southern are having an affair behind the scene. Nobody knows about it until the logs come out and we see the communication between the two of them. If it were to be like Romeo and Juliet, where one side belongs to the Montagues, the other side belongs to the Capulets, the online internet sphere would never allow for people to interact because they have to keep up appearances. But I know for a fact they're getting raw dogged in that back room. Dead ass. Not a joke. I know who the baby is. I know who the mama is. I know who the daddy is. But if I say it, I'm weird. If you say it, you're weird. If somebody from the other side says it, oh, it makes perfect sense. And then all the awfuls and all the wasps have their gossip and they make their content off of it. But we're not allowed in the squared garden. We're not allowed in the walled garden. So they sit at the top.
I can't go to the barbecue.
Yeah, they sit at the top of that fucking ivory tower, looking down on the rest of us after they burnt all the ladders and destroyed all the fucking stairs upwards to reach to a point where we can be able to have a level of career for ourselves, where we are able to make our own communities without them. And when they are done saying the phrase, why don't you just make your own page? Hey, wait a minute, where did you get all that community from? Although we destroyed those. It doesn't make sense to them. Because, according to them, this is the only way that you can actually do this. It doesn't work any other way. I think Twitch is the worst for this because of that kingmaker system. YouTube kind of has the problem because of the algorithm. And the algorithm's the whole thing. Kick, a lot easier to get onto because they treat us like adults. X, a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, and they like your tweets, means that they might check out your stream every now and again. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be, the biggest audience members. They might lurk. They might not say anything. Just because they also, too, are paying attention to whether or not a speculative cock is sitting in front of your face if you're going to lick it.
Right.
This never-ending game of social circles where you're just a kid in the fucking cafeteria looking for a table to take your tray down on, you're going to naturally end up gravitating towards the people who are not going to make you suck a speculative cock. And that has become all of the creators that at least know each other either by reputation or by the things that they've done. Because it's all an attention economy now. Technically, it's always been, because, if you're bored, you're going to tune into something, you're going to look into a situation and an internet happening, and you're going to look at that situation to see if there's something that you can do off of it too. Because, hey, that's a fun toy, I want to play with it. But the toy is a situation, or a person being put through a situation. Player software. And when you go down those three routes that I laid out when I was on the podcast, the route of being like Chud Logic and monetizing somebody for content, the route of somebody like myself, or somebody like Ross of the farms, not the other farms, but the accursed farms, who made the Stop Killing Games movement.
Accursed farms. Yeah.
Yes, and you are just trying to understand, what is your problem with me? Can we sit down and have a conversation? And Pirate Software says, we'll never talk. I will never do anything. I will do everything in my power to destroy you. I hate you. And they'll never explain why. And then the route of Dr. K and Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes of, bro, we're all big figures. Can you tell us what your problem is? He says one opinion to Dr. K, and that opinion publicly to him is something completely outside the norm of what you would expect as an answer, because he's not capable of being incomplete but emotionally full. He doesn't take accountability for his action, but he blames the internet for his reactions because he needs to offer an explanation for why things are the way they are, because if he doesn't give that explanation, he's gonna be destroyed by his particular people that don't like him. And then Charlie and Josh's reaction to that is, bro, you literally act like you have to talk about yourself in the third person all the time. Is your ego really that big? It becomes this theoretical high school that we are all stuck in, where some creators are perpetually stuck in high school. And then there are some creators that they graduated high school, but now they're perpetually and emotionally stuck at the collegiate co-ed level. And then there's all these other grown adults that are living lives. They have families, they have children, they've got friends, they've got husbands or girlfriends or boyfriends or spouses or whatever the fuck you want to call them. And they are connected to this person in a way where all of us are looking at that layer of that social circle, and we see a bunch of fucking posers that are all around their heads. You know that Japanese story where you can see the red string of love that ties people together?
Yeah, the red string of fate.
White strings have come, all plunging out of their hairlines, connecting them to all these creators. You got people like the X-Man, you got 15 strings coming out of his mouth at any time. You've got people like the Quartering, destroying himself where he can't make money as a creator because he fucked around and spent too much time on Twitter just tweeting non-stop. People like Melanie Mack. Oh, there's less I could say about her than more I could say about her, because it's so easy to tell how she would have a cock in her mouth. How many slurs is she currently saying? That's how many views she's currently getting. John Belraz, John F. Trent, Ian Miles Chong. Fortunately, we haven't had to say that name in a while because he's getting mocked, but he is monetizing the shit out of people on Twitter still because he's, sucking Trump's cock now. He no longer has to suck the Quartering's cock. He's sucking Elon and Trump's cock to be able to get fucking payouts as he steals content from other people with an elaborate setup where you're sending him your content for him to steal and not credit to you. All of these different types of
grifters. And then he makes buku bucks off of.
All of these different creators and all of these different influencers are influencing nothing. Destroying their personal connections to people who platform them above that wall that I described. Like the master of the TBS. He is a Jewish person, and so is his wife. The Gothic Raven Writing 2, I believe. They share a channel under Gothic Therapy. Him attacking him and stabbing his friend in the back because he wants to make money off of the what did you call them on the podcast? Those members that belong to the Christian far right, that are part of that Christian movement. Oh, the Christian nationalists.
I don't remember the specific term I had for it, but it's I have to go back and watch the podcast. But it's just like it's like basically anti-Gooner action.
Yeah, anti-Gooner action is probably a good way to call them, because I originally I ended up calling them the anti-Christian, like the anti-furry anti-sex squad or something like that, because they
the problem with it is they use the same tactics that Antifa does, but they're just using it against people that like shapely women's asses and stuff. It's like
the butts of consent.
It's like the ass of consent. Like the simple fact is that there's a limit. There's a limit at which you go a little too hard on things, and it's just like, come on, right, like, and that's not to say that there's stuff that doesn't obviously stretch the boundary. Like, I think all open porn on places like Twitter should be locked behind the sensitive content filter. If
Yes.
you don't want to see it, you shouldn't have to see it. And this is a problem, and this is where I'll agree with with the anti-porn guys. Is like, you should have to want to see it to see it. It shouldn't be something where it's just you're on a website and boom, there's porn everywhere. Like, it should be an opt-in sort of deal, but it shouldn't be banned. It shouldn't be completely removed.
It has to go to the Shadowlands, and in the Shadowlands, they can at least thrive there. And if you go to the Shadowlands complaining about the Shadowland porn, everybody in the Shadowlands has the right to bash you over the head with a Pico Pico hammer and send your ass back to where you came from. It's like the Old Town, Sin City. It's like the rule that the prostitutes had with the cops of Old Town. When you cross into their city, you are going by their rules and laws of justice. If you fuck up over there and you treat them poorly, you fuck around, you get lost, they might take all your money, but you're gonna go home safely. You put your hands on one of them, you're gonna get your hand cut off by fucking Kimiko, or whatever that Asian actress's name was from Sin City, type shit. And this never-ending nature where everybody wants to act like their particular part of the internet is Old Town. Therefore, if you ever cross with them, they're going to destroy you personally, and then they're going to act like they are sweet, innocent people. It has created this never-ending whirlpool and cesspool of monetization of content, where you're unable to really trust whether or not a creator is a person of high standing, or if they're just waiting for their opportunity to suck the cock that's going to help them jump the barrier and become a bigger figure. Like the stories of Darth Ricada, the drunk, is an example that is a cautionary tale to not become the Act Man, the Act Snake, the Act Man.
Have you ever heard the story of Darth Ricada the Nose? It's not a tale the Jedi would tell you.
These tales and these stories of these meteoric rises and these meteoric falls, triumphant rises, meteoric falls, they are meant to be warnings, but what people see them as is a fucking challenge. Like, no, he did it wrong. If I just scam my audience this time in Uendo Studios, if I say that I'm having trouble with my money, and I actually am just cheating people on my taxes, and I beg my audience to support me, then I can become better and bigger when all I do is make cartoons. And then I can steal the money and go on vacation to Japan. It's perfect! Or, FD Satyr, his particular way, if I attack Destiny constantly, and I bring people like Shark03 into my orbit, so that I can legitimize myself amongst the people who like to harass the right-wingers. If I make fun of the right-wingers, and I insult them, I call them sexless people, I say they don't know how to season their food, I say that they don't know how to talk to black people, that those black people are different from us if they're people like Eric July, because, black folk be like. And then, when I get to 1 million, I stop saying that I'm not meant to be your public figure, and I start acting bigger than my britches, while uplifting the particular content creators that I want in my circle, so that I can use them to build up my career, as well as my backlog of creators that I trust, like Jessie Gender and Olay. I don't remember her African name, but Olay of Olay and Friends, formerly from circles like that of the Leftist podcast, featuring people like Blair's On, Illuminati, and the likes of them, or people like Lance of the Surfs, who fortunately is in the place he deserves to be, which is next to Sock Dumb Left. Cat boys. These figures would keep showing up over and over again. Like, there have been VTubers who do this, like Nara TV. There are real-life creators that, either have always been making content and just decided to appear out of the ether, or made their money on TikTok and now are being brought onto places like side scrollers, like Mally Mouse. Granted, I don't know anything negative about her. I just know that she's just another Trump supporter or a Trump praiser that Craig has brought on occasionally every now and again, who just started as a Disney bounding adult. It's like, why are they here? Who brought you in this building? I don't know you. Where's your pass? Who let you in the cookout?
Did we forget to change the locks?
And a lot of it, because of that nature of we're all looking for our own table to sit down with our group of people with and to create community with, I'm not saying you can't have camaraderie. And I'm also saying you can't have coalition building. And I'm also not saying that you can't have friendship. But what I am saying is please recognize a goddamn Trojan horse when you see one. Especially when they're blatantly selling you snake oil and saying, yes, this will make your penis large. Yes, yes. Do not look at the fact that I'm stealing money directly out of your left hand pocket. Yes, big penis. Giant breasts. You'll get it all the time. All you gotta do is give me subs and give me no-nos. And don't question me and who I'm talking to.
Just make sure you pick the right vial. You don't want to accidentally give yourself boobs.
Unless you're transgender. Then that's a feature. Not a bug, that's a feature.
Run away from the femboy avatar. It's a gateway drug.
Like, I have noticed this happen within
Kirsha's right.
I've noticed this happen within the last 10 years, and I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when it happens. Because every time I make the streams where I then denote where it's occurring, people will tell me, no, Carl, you're too deep in this. You're too connected. And it's like, no, are you serious? They're doing the equivalent of waving a gun around in public. Please tell me you see what I'm seeing. And then by the time
I'm not the only one that saw this shit, right? it's not just me, right?
I've recently been able to talk to creators that have been able to confirm, like, no, Carl, we see the shit you're talking about. And half the time, like it usually is, the conversations I end up having with people when I call them out over these kind of things have been the thing that have led to some of my content work. Like when I called out that developer who said that devs are being silenced by the publishing companies. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just not talking. You are not my friend. You are actively trying to sell me snake oil. And then when you talk to them and you try to be respectful, they act like you're talking fucking Greek. Like the publishing shit. On the matter of all of the people concerned with Stop Killing Games that are secretly backing those letters where they're threatening people like Ross at the Accursed Farms. That's not something that happened out of nowhere. That is a choice from the industry to use the power of people like Microsoft after they bought all of those studios and then destroyed them to pick who was the best to then go into the Raven Software and 343 software mines to produce COD. That is a choice from the industry to stop people like me and you from being able to have consumer rights and like good games. And these developers will occasionally come along and say, no. We love you. We love you, person. We want you to have money. We want you to play our games. And it's like, okay, can you explain to me why this is happening? And they're like, bro, I don't even know how you came to that conclusion. That's so weird. Can you reword it for me? If it keeps happening again, I'm just going to start calling them slurs. I swear to God. Because it's the same shit with creators. Because it's the same shit with creators. Some people will do it because, hey, they gotta suck the cock, you know? They gotta make money somehow, you know? Nara TV is just so desperate that she's out here like Vishigi. And Vishigi, he's even worse out here. Because, hey, you beat your girlfriend, bro.
It's like the old boogieism. Gotta get paid to get laid, y'all.
But it's like, eventually, someone's gonna talk to someone publicly and be like, hey, Kirsch, don't you find it strange how this person seems to keep finding themselves in dramas, but they don't seem to ever go live and talk about actual work that they're working on? It's such a weird thing that keeps happening, isn't it?
You mean the comics gateization of everything?
Honestly, the Watergateification of everything. But I understand why everything gets called Comicsgate and Gamergate. Because it's like the last time where we saw somebody actively put their finger on the scale. Especially Gamergate 1. That was going to happen because when Chelsea Van Valkenburg revealed that she was actively working behind the scenes to fuck and suck people like Nathan Grayson, People
Nathan
like
Grayson,
People
yeah.
like Nathan Grayson and the rest of them, and all of those creators revealed it was either Billy Usher of One Angry Gamer or somebody else that revealed those private backseat conversations, and that they were organizing and simulating all the stories together to release at the same time to say gamers are dead, they don't have to be your audience, you don't have to sell them, you don't have to produce to them, and it was all so that they could be lazier about writing their dumbass articles, and now they've all been sold to Volnet. It was the last spike that Hulk Hogan could give us before he passed on to the great beyond. He didn't die, he disappeared and went to the Wrestle Realm because he was focusing all of his mana to make sure that those deals went through so that they would lose their jobs. It was a dual-sided ritual. One side was Hulk Hogan, the other side was Ozzy Osbourne on stage channeling the black magic.
Well, after all, you always have to have a tank and a mage.
Yes. And finally was able to get back up to Wrestle Heaven, and now he's facing off against the Ultimate Warrior.
If you really think about it, Hulk Hogan is just like a paladin, and his patron god is just America.
Mm-hmm. Plus, in just the creator scene alone, you've had people like Razorfist make things like Into the Badlands, and somebody who I've actually interviewed and talked to before, George Alexopoulos. Oh boy, the way that he fucked him on that book. And we just continue to say, yeah, he makes funny 4-panel comics. It's like, you realize he scammed him out of money and then fucked up his reputation, right? It's like, well, yeah, but, did you know that Razorfist, jorked his Pinar? And, he got caught doing it? It's like, no. And the place where he did post it, he posted it in a Japanese place on their network. And their network had to give him a written note that said, we saw the porn that you posted, please don't post it again. Because that story went viral, and the other story is only known amongst people like the feds. Because of course it is. Or, what happened to Tim Pool? Tim Pool. I can forgive the Subverse situation, right? Because who knew that someone's going to name a porn game after the thing you were going to call your sideways media company after you left Vox?
Right?
Like, nobody could expect that to happen. But Tim, on the couch with Liz, in front of your contributors to your show, dogging her shit. He walks in the room and you're like, oh no, Craig! Craig, you didn't see nothing. And you just axe him. She leaves and she marries a new guy and has a kid. And you just slowly start turning into Alex Jones by proxy? What happened, man? And ironically enough, hanging over Tim's head, there's that cum strain. It can't be everybody. Certainly, it can't be everybody, but it seems to be. At least at some level, you know? I could say that, for George Alexopoulos alone, the fact that he got his art put up in his studio is probably responsible for why his shit started blowing up. But he does make good art. That much is clear. He makes good art in general. He's made good comics in general. Do you know what I'm talking about? G Prime 45?
Oh yeah, I know that guy. Yeah.
He makes good art in general. His character style is really good. It just so happens to be that the more he started leaning into political commentary and then into political satirization, the more he started turning into a right-wing Ben Schwartz. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Because it's like him, and then a random, like, 4-panel art piece that unironically becomes funny. Like, some unintentionally funny panels from Blobfish and Friends. And then always Stone Toss.
Yeah. I won't let you get away with this. Yeah. I love the Gohan edit of that.
The energy of the Spears, in terms of creators, has very much become, hey, what's the Cartoon Fox woman doing? Hey everybody, the Cartoon Fox woman said something really interesting. Let's all watch their live streams and regurgitate that information in our own way. I'm not mad at that. Lord knows I could do that, and I was probably in some of them myself as well. But it really has become a live stream audience of reactors reacting to reactors reacting to reactors. And then everybody
that's why
starts...
I try to do my best as much as I can, trying not to do as much React content. Like, I still occasionally do React content, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, I like also having a conversation too, and I don't want to make the bulk of my content just, you know, I'm not going to be, you know, SS Sniper Wolf, you know?
See, we already settled this conversation when it came to reactions. And fortunately, it was settled for us by JXE, Mahler, the entirety of most of the sphere of influence around Every Frame of Pause, and Hassan Piker. React harder. That's all you gotta do. Be energetic.
Yeah, literally.
Have a real reaction. If you make sounds and noises, that's better than just freebasing the shit, stealing it, and acting like the shit's normal. Because if you do that, then you are in fact Sniper Wolf. And then Nerd City will crash out on you. Like 20 videos long. All of them with high editing. And then he'll rage on Reddit. And get called out because people are mocking him for caring too much about stuff. Even though, during COVID, he was one of those mini creators who was actually passing money out to people. Out of his own pocket. To make sure they could make it through COVID. I got that's just to buy him. I don't know if you did. But I sure did. Like, on top of the nature of reactors reacting to reactors, reacting to reactors, reacting to reactors poorly, and the react harder meta, there are people that just don't respect those upper members of, like, the backbone of what is the alumni of the successful members of YouTube, because you don't see those people anymore. Like, PewDiePie is off being a dad in Japan with his wife and his kid. And now,
like the absolute Giga Chad that he is.
And now, Matt Peck's in the government.
Yeah. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
A Congress theory. And we have a meeting at 9 o'clock. With Joel Schumacher.
What if I told you that alien reptilians run your government?
But yeah, you've got people like PewDiePie being parents and living their lives away from the drama of the internet, and occasionally they return and they make their content. You've got JonTron doing the exact same thing. You've got people like Markiplier basically becoming the new Negrodamus of the internet, telling people, hey, honey's a scam. Hey, AI is a scam, and the way that people are using it is not right. And people get angry at him for it, as well as trying to repost his clips of Honest. And even making content like Honest. Just one off for a year, him and another creator made a bunch of shit, and now it's like the call of the ward or something. It was r/color, a Reddit that was designated during a certain period of time where you could press a button and you got a color, and if you ended up showing up after the event happened, you're automatically assigned the color white, and you become a lore keeper of the color theory subreddit. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, this is a new one for me.
Hold on. Let me go find it. Reddit color subreddit.
Yeah, this color theory thing's kind of new for me.
I swear. Subreddit where you push a button to see color. The button, yes, here we go. The button. The button was spilled up like a social experiment, blah, 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 blah. There we go. So, the button. There was an entire subreddit designated to the button. And the button subreddit was that you press the button, and when you press that button, oh yes, function. When you press that button, you were assigned a color from that archive. Let me bring this up inside the Discord real quick to replace the game screen. You go to the subreddit, you click the button, and you are then assigned a color. And that color that you get assigned dictated what you had to upkeep. And as a member of the history of that button, it was created as a social experiment to show how people would interact based on the actions of the button. And now it's become a whole thing that 10 years into the future, people remember and treat for what it is. And it's so strange that people treated it like it was a weird event that people could respect. Because I remember seeing Tumblr posts about people having gotten these buttons, associating them to like buttons or to the colors of Power Rangers, like Yellow Sunshine of Go Unger and shit like this. It became a whole entire cultural experience.
Yeah, Go Unger.
It became a whole social experiment, kind of like the did you get snapped by Thanos subreddit. You remember that one?
I do remember that one, and I was one of the people that didn't get snapped, funny enough.
I didn't get snapped either. But it's like these moments of camaraderie and community that existed as a part of a website or as a part of an event that you witnessed and experienced. There aren't people that are the heads moving these things anymore because they've gone off to go do their own things in life. But the people that remain here, they are still doing stuff. But stuff's happening, but they're not in the middle of it themselves. They're more directly involved with it at a distance, and people come in from the distance to be a part of that new social circle. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
Stuff's happening around them like a circus, and rather being the audience that's built into the circus, they're just going to different traveling circuses. They go to the left-wing circus and they see what they got going on. They go to the right-wing circus, they see what they got going on. They go to the dead center circus and they see what they got going on. They go to the apolitical circus amongst people like Pod Awful and so on to see what they got going on. They go to Kiwi Farms to see what they got going on. They go to subreddit to see what they got going on. They go to the Fediverse and so on, and they keep collecting news stories. And then they start passing gossip about those stories around the internet like internet merchants. Or storytellers. Not that kind of internet merchant.
Look, I have internet brain rot. Okay, I hear words like that. I'm like, hey.
And then it's like it becomes a part of the social firmament that holds up the community of a site or its known culture and lore. But the people who are talking about the lore aren't actually connected to anyone. They are social myrmidons. They don't have any collective ties and they refuse to make roots. Some people just don't make roots, period. You know, they do whatever, they go wherever, they talk about whatever, they go wherever the news story is most interesting and the text are the funniest. And
they're rootless dramapolitans.
Yeah. And then the people that are actually tied to communities and do have roots, they go from one place, they collect these stories, and they then bring it back to the person who's there. Like, in my community, I can definitely say that I am somebody who is that kind of person and who has that kind of audience. Because we have a section dedicated now to writing the stories down. Because as a defensive measure, if you are that kind of creator who does make that kind of content, you need to at least look into what you're doing before you do anything. And you need to post a goddamn link. You have to post a link. If you don't go off of what the story is actually talking about, like a news report, or if it's back and forth gossip, but there's a Google Doc, you have to read the Google Doc.
Google Docky!
Like, you can't skip the Google Docky. If there's a video that's detailing it, you need to go through it, you need to listen to it, you need to react to it, you need to be paying attention to it. If there is a person who's giving a tell-all, you need to watch that video, you need to watch it on content. You probably have to watch it in real time. Can't watch it on double. Can't even maybe watch it on 1.5. You have to react to it. Because you can't talk about some shit without reading some shit. In terms of, like, reacting in general. But then giving your opinion, and then that opinion gets added to all the other ones in the social circle or in the sphere of influence where you're all talking. There is a 0% chance where it will not have an effect on everything as a whole. Because then now you're at fault for whatever happens next because of you or whoever saying whatever about what's going on. And you can't take it back once you do it. You have to accept the accountability that you have with being involved in that conflicts of behavior. Granted, most of us, we accept that, right? So Foggy of the Op Block and his stream members, he himself being moderators of FPF's Diesel, they are more than happy to do that. I don't know if you've seen any of those particular stories involving things like Brony Fan Don't, or the Black Griffin stuff, or the Saber Spark stuff, but
Not really.
Like, the amount of news stories that could revolve around one person of that kind of sphere of influence, because that one particular politisperv is incapable of controlling themselves, and they just keep ranting constantly on social media, and then that content creator just monetizes the fuck out of it. It's like watching Naira TV. I know you know who that is. It's like watching Naira TV constantly yap because they're upset that Pippa and Kershaw were popular than them. And they keep coping, saying, "Yes, I'm the most attractive female YouTuber. They just cannot handle the fact that this German piece of engineering is capable of doing something better than their favorite VTuber." And it's like, shut your Twinkie ass up.
This sounds like Klaus from American Dad.
Because every time there's a news story that happens, because of people hearing through that social Myrmidon connection, it comes back to you, and you hear it, and it's like, wait a minute, that don't sound right. I need a link. I know it happens to me sometimes. I don't know if it happens to you sometimes. Somebody will come to your chat and be like, "Hey, single player Carl, you won't believe the thing I just heard." I'm like, that's cool. Do you have some information? Like, but don't you
It
want
happens to me all the time. Where it's like, "Hey Gator, you won't believe this shit going on." I'm like, "Oh no, what happened? What has happened?"
Every way that it could happen and that it could occur, it always happens in such a way, I Snitzel, it always happens in such a way where it's like, listen, this story is a little bit too crazy. You better slow the fuck down, Carl. I need a link. Put a internet link in my hand in the chat or inside of Printing Press Express so I can read it and understand what you're saying. Because I feel like a lot of the times people want to keep the game of telephone going on purpose because that's where they get the most fun of the internet. They like to see the telephone happen.
It's like I said earlier. It's like I said earlier, where people will deliberately and maliciously like change one small little thing just because it makes the story more interesting. And plus, if it's about somebody you don't like, then it's like, oh, well, you're poisoning the well with them. And so people will just believe it uncritically because it's like, oh, a YouTuber said it.
Mm-hmm. A YouTuber said it. It must be real. I've never been lied to by a YouTuber, me. Like, every time I talk to a YouTuber, they are always the most trustworthy person, and they will never maliciously do things to me for their own sick fantasies and desires.
And personal benefit.
I just wish that it would not be that way. But, you know, if we have to do it this way, I'm more than happy to do that. But I'm not going to pretend like this is not fucking weird, bro. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh yes, this is an entirely normal thing to do. This has never not happened. This is just something that happens, you know? Like, this is
just dudes being bros.
Just bros being bros, bro. Like, why are you asking questions? Just let it happen.
just be quiet and accept it.
That's a topical joke that is. It's like walking into the equivalent of a Diddy party and you see two people about to fucking lay into somebody and you go up to that person after you see them there at the party and it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't be able to apologize quick enough. My mouth was full.
Yeah, they're currently trying to experiment with Schrodinger's cock.
I just licked the tip a little bit, and all of a sudden you walked in the room, and I didn't know what happened. And then, alongside all of that, because I've been talking for a bit. All of that, all then leads back into your personal career affecting you. Where it's like, wait, well, Carl, what do you mean? I'm going to make up some names real quick. Mrs. Malauder didn't get raped. She had consensual, unconsensual, consensual sex with 4 different men in a room while her husband watched, unconsensually, when he came home randomly from work. And Dig Biggers, or excuse me, Nig Biggers, 476, all he did was communicate this information to you. Why are you being weird, single player Carl? Why are you being weird? This is normal around here, bro. You just sit there dumbfounded because you don't know how to react other than, okay, so I'm taking my shit and I'm going home. I gotta get the hell up out of here before I'm next.
I like the comment in the chat. You think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Yes!
Oh, the classics.
Yes, I do. I know that they would tell lies. It's easy
And
for
they do.
anybody to tell lies. Even if they, quote, do it so accidentally, yes, of course they would. Their careers are on the line. If they don't tell lies, they don't become relevant. That's the part that I think is really important for, like, all of that. If they don't lie, they don't get to be relevant. They shouldn't.
Yeah, because then they don't have a story. It's because the internet has become this thing where everything is, like, fraudulent and non-heterosexual, and that people just, like drama just so contrived, and people will just make stuff up just simply for the fact that they have something to talk about.
It's all so exhausting. Because you don't want to keep up
It
with
is.
it. You don't want to keep up with it at all. There's not really a benefit to keeping up with it, should you wish to act like there is. Granted, there's like, okay, I know how to protect myself from the particular group of people that may be involved in this particular story. But it's not actually a beneficial thing. At least not to the people who care most about it. For my concern, I usually see it as a problem, because it's like, okay, this is exactly the thing that I know I used to do when I was a vet, working and posting from Kiwi Farms. That was my particular cross to bear. Because I cared way too much, that was what I was supposed to get mocked for. So you treat it like it's something that you should treat it as. Like, hey, I don't want this to become something that directly takes over my life and makes me lose out on the things that are important. Because this is not important, but the people that I'm talking to are. And they don't care. Like, no, bro, let me go to the Diddy party. Let me go. Let me go, bro. I want to be here. And for me, I think the part that causes the biggest stun lock is like, you want to be here? You like people putting weird things in your body and putting words in your mouth? Granted, don't get me wrong. I will take money, and have taken money, for people to ask me to say something really funny on the spot. Candid. Because it was funny to me, and I felt like doing it.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between saying something funny and taking a cock.
Yes! And it's like, sometimes it starts out as you're saying something funny. It's like, bro, don't take it so serious. It's just a little joke. It's just a little meme. And then all of a sudden, you end up like Flamenco. What exactly happened with Flamenco? Can you tell me personally? Because I know something, Lolicon, something. And that's the official story people always give. But I never believed that story, personally. Because obviously there's something deeper going on there.
I'll tell you the kind of the short version. So, Flamenco got his accounts hacked way back in the day, and they discovered that he had an account on a hentai website, and they found this particular hentai that he had shared, which was called Boy Soprano, and it featured Shotokan content. And they said, Shotokan is pedophilia, therefore, they called him a pedophile, which was not true. And, there was the Kino Casino about it, where Godwinson famously, flubbed it, and that led to the falling out between him and PPP. So that happened. And the problem that Flamenco had was that he got too personally invested and people talking shit about him and should have just like let it go because I mean it's the internet, people are gonna talk shit about you, and he got mad about it. And the reason why, like, Flamenco was still like fine for a while, but it was that Nicholas Diorio in particular decided to like grift content off of just destroying Flamenco and trying to life ruin him. And Flamenco didn't take it well because, you know, I mean, when the entire internet is like saying this lie about you that you're like literally the worst person doing this horrible stuff and like trying to accuse you over fictional content of like trying to molest kids, I mean, I can understand why Flamenco crashed out. But it shows you the level of just douchebag, like, because Nick Diorio, he's very much in the same vein of a lot of these other creators.
Yes.
Where he'll say and do anything to generate content for himself. He has no, like, he has no actual real convictions about anything. It's just he will say or do anything and fuck over anybody and leak DMs and do all sorts of shady shit in order to make content for himself. Like, here's a great example. I brought up Zoom earlier. Nick Diorio planned an entire gay op to destroy Keemstar by linking him with Zoom and then calling Keemstar a doxter over the Just Destiny thing. And Nick Diorio tried to leave out the fact at first that he was the one that set Keemstar up with Zoom to try to dox Just Destiny. It was going to be this whole expose, and then when Keemstar revealed the truth, Nick Diorio changed the name and the title of the video to try to walk it back and make it seem like the video is about something totally different. Like, these people are dishonest shysters that have no, like I said, have no strong convictions. Their only thing is trying to make the maximum amount of super chat money, trying to make the maximum amount of content. They have no friends. You cannot trust them. You shouldn't pay attention to them. You should not promote them or like boost them or anything like that, because ultimately at the end of the day, they're going to get hoisted by their own petard, and someone's going to come along and someone's going to BTFO them with the same tactics they used. But that's what happened to Flamenco, is that Nick Diorio decided that he was going to farm Flamenco for content, and Flamenco handled it very poorly, and that's pretty much what led to Flamenco getting destroyed and taking time off from making content. But none of it was true, and Flamenco was just like a lonely guy that wanted a GF, basically. And of course, he like out of nowhere, he gets more accounts hacked, and they like take pictures and stuff and put them out there, and it's just like the only thing that's in there is like Flamenco's just a lonely guy that just like wanted like interactions because he's socially isolated. Like that was literally it. He's 99% of Kiwi Farm's users, okay? Like, he is you.
He is on his love quest. Like, well, how can you doubt a man on his love quest?
I can doubt a man on his love. Yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing, is that and this is why a lot of these people go so hard at people like Flamenco, because they see themselves in him, and they think that by BTFOing Flamenco, they're BTFOing the part of themselves that makes them identify with him. And this is why they say, you know, who farms the lolcow? The lolcow farms you. You know, sort of like who watches the Watchman. Most of the people on the website themselves are just lolcows that have not produced enough content to be farmable. Like, that's really it. And when everybody's a lolcow, nobody's a lolcow.
Something, 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 something. I am the storm that is unbroken.
I am the storm that is approaching.
It's actually, that's actually one. I was exactly thinking of Nicholas Diorio when I was describing the content merchant that goes around the internet and then tells people about the dramas. Although there is multiple figures that seem to be that for each side. So they've chosen a figure that will be the face of that. I know that the internet used to have blow blacks. You should have just read the tweets, dumbass. But
should have just read the tweets. Hey, and people would have forgiven your like weird sort of like you know your weird sort of Mr. Manshi thing. People would have just like, it's like, whatever, it's cringy, it's embarrassing, but whatever. You know, you do you, buddy. But the thing is that she crashed out about it.
Mm-hmm. Crashed out about it,
And
lied
that's what
about
get-
it.
that's
Tried to
what
hide
get-
it.
Yeah. Tried to hide it, tried to say it was a gay op. It's funny how that keeps happening. It's like, oh, it's just a gay op. Pay no attention to my, you know, trans OnlyFans. Pay no attention to, well, okay, let me be fair. Let me be fair. It was not trans, it was non-binary. Let me be fair. Let me be fair. Okay, it was non-binary. Okay. Okay. Okay.
See, in the same.
But still, like
yeah.
you crashed out about it.
In the same vein of that, it's like the research that I had to do to go look up Kira Chats, aka Bad Bunny, aka the $5 a month woman. Lord have mercy. I'm just rehashing that versus chat. Okay, so you know about Mike
Someone
from
in the chat
PA.
said Zoom. The guy who said we're in an emotional relationship, not a sexual. No. That was that is Zephinorian. That's a different person. Zoom was the guy that had I don't know if you remember it, but there was a Killstream episode where he was on there and he had apparently recorded himself talking to his, like, I don't know if she was his girlfriend or whatever at the time, or if it was, I don't know. There's some stupid lore with that guy, but basically he admitted to showing her CSAM in this call, and there was like this whole big thing about it. That's that guy. He went by like Godspeed later or something, and then worked for Path Networks. Yeah.
Who worked for who?
Which Path Networks. I don't know if you've ever followed the Kiwi Farms versus Path Networks drama, but it was entirely over. Oh man, that was a thing there. Yeah, it's a company like the I want to say that the head guy, like the CEO or whatever, was like ex FBI. So it was like, well, it's one of those companies. It's like an internet. I don't want to say service provider, but they're like a routing company or something like that, where the traffic routes through. And of course, you know, it's headed by, you know, a guy that was formerly with the FBI, a guy who was pretty much assumed by everyone to be a federal informant. Yeah. Well, they've been having some problems, at least last year. I don't know if they're still having those same problems, but yeah, that's. Unfortunately, I am the librarian of stupid internet lore when it comes to like sector shit and internet blood sport shit.
We're preaching to the choir,
I'm like
bro.
freaking Deckard Cain. I'm like Deckard Cain of esoteric internet lore. I'm like, you know.
Stay a while in Shadowley.
Yeah. Stay a while and listen. Stay a while and Shadowley my kickerinos.
But I don't know if you know about somebody like Mike from PA. If you know him
I'm aware
before-
of Mike from PA and all the Hassan orders. Regrettably, I'm
because-
manually aware.
because you brought up you brought up Manchihi, and I am doth to tell you about the fact that Kira Chats had her own OnlyFans. It is not very good. Granted, not just OnlyFans, but Fansly. She has since DFE'd everything after I guess she decided to go off the internet and put it all behind a better high paywall. But there are leaks that exist out there. And she is unironically human Lae'zel. Literally. If you go through all of the old Mike from PA lore, including the couch punching lore, basically, Mike from PA, unironically, was the Tav that had the chance to unironically have his own personal fucking hot cold girlfriend. But he was so much of a pussy that he couldn't call her on her mean rudeness. And he then crashed out over the fact that she was humiliating him, and she was very clearly getting off on humiliating him live on camera. Because that's how they basically met. He met by being a fucking awkward lolcow in front of her. She's like, hello, who are you? And they stayed around each other, but awkwardly she never, like, broke herself off from him. If you remember the clip of the hover hand me bit, do you remember that?
I do.
You can clearly see in any interactions that she has with him that a lot of it is like she does something to him. She looks at the chat room. She gets the lift from the chat room reacting to the fact that she's bullying the shit out of him, and then you can just slowly watch him start to crater into himself, to where when she keeps insulting him, he eventually starts doing shit like punching the couch, and then lying about the reason why he's punching the couch. All he had to do was basically grab her by her hair and say, if you keep doing that, I'm going to take your arm back and I'm going to spit in your mouth, and I'm going to show you what's really good. That's all he had to do. Because she was making porn about her experience as a creator. And she was making a lot of money. Granted, the quality is dog shit. Really bad. But she was making content of this nature. And he was just too much of a pussy to put his foot down and say enough is enough. I'm not letting you talk to me like this anymore. If he had done so, he probably would be, like, I don't know, on again, off again relationship, or possibly even married to her. And, you know, not fat Connie Marks now hanging off a Caseytron the way that he currently is. Like, I feel bad for him, but only so much, you know? It's like, aw, the fat retard fell in love with a woman who doesn't like him, but she kind of, like, likes the ability to abuse him. Aw, that's so sweet. What a fucking idiot. He's gonna get his heart broken. Because as for everything else that I had to go with, the fact that that was an unironic part of internet lore that was specific to just Twitch alone, like, do you remember the Caterino situation?
The what situation?
Caterino. Caterino of Temple Storm.
Caterino?
Yeah, Caterino.
Yes. Oh my god.
That
fucking takes me back.
Back when Twitch had real culture, we used to have Howie, and Howie would make music edits, and those music edits and those parodies became the open yearbook of the who's who. Let me go find one. Let me play it for chat real quick. We need some levity. We're talking about desperately horrible people and very, very depressing times. We need some light in here. For the 7th time. Oh, yes. Can you believe this is 5 years ago?
Oh my god, this it's like the meme. It's the meme where you just get older. It's,
we're all getting older. We're all becoming boomers in our own right. Okay, chat. Get a load of this shit. Check the screen again. I present to you, assuming that you have never seen it before, for the 7th time, featuring the ex-boyfriend that she cheated on with some of the people who were involved in this drama, and the content creator himself with his friend singing the backup lyrics. Oh my god, the editing of this is so good. I cannot tell you how many years of content like this the greater internet has missed out. I wish we could get this level of Twitch back. I wish we could, bro. Unfortunately, we live here in the future.
Regrettably. I miss the old internet so much.
And yet, somehow, we have to deal with what we have here, right? So, rather than doom posting, I actually have theories to how this works. More or less, everybody has to start actually talking to each other again. For what it's worth, everybody has to talk to each other again. Everybody has to...
We've got to tear down the walled... We got to tear down the walled fortresses, and people just have to just start chatting with each other again.
Mr. Cumslaver, tear down this gay wall. We have to go back to being able to talk to each other civilly. Because if we didn't, we would have it easier. Yes, Horror. I had actually discussed this earlier in the chat. I wasn't sure whether or not he'd be willing to. Are you willing to take on-air calls from some of the guests?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay. What was I about to say? Brain cell. Sorry. My moderator was telling me something. We have to go back to bringing people together and at least being able to have the offline calls. For some people, it was the Google Plus Hangout days. The liberals used to do it. The fucking lefties used to do it. The righties used to do it. Everybody used to use Google Hangouts because it was easy, especially if you were a YouTuber, because it was directly connected to your Google account.
Yeah, and then Hangouts on Air happened, and that's where you... I mean, that was like the glory days where you could literally just fire up the live stream. You didn't have to know anything about streaming. It just, boom, it's there. It's available.
Like, we have to go back to those days, because if you don't actually start having conversations, talking to people, and at least shooting the shit with each other, nobody will ever understand who is who, right? Because since everyone is always in their own bubble, the moment you ask them, like, hey, did you know that single player Carl is talking to Gator Gamer? They're gonna be like, who? Who's single player Carl? Who's Gator Gamer? But for some people in your sphere, when I showed up on the podcast, they were probably like, who the fuck is that guy? Or, oh, hey, it's Carl.
And pretty much a lot of people were like, oh, hey, it's Carl. I know that guy.
So, like, I feel like there's a lot of people that I could blame about this. I will actively throw shade at people like Short Fat Otaku right now, even though he is my personal friend. There are definitely big figure creators that at some point where it's like they have audiences, they have topics that they talk about, they go on the podcasts with other people, but you can't get a hold of them at any point in time, to the point where it's like, bro, I just saw you go from one podcast to another podcast. Can we talk? It's a very difficult experience because for some of them, they're probably very busy in the background. And then you've got the social streamers, like Keffels, that will show up only because they're being talked about, just so that they can watch what's being said about them by the figure who's talking. It's very eye-roll worthy when it happens, too. Because it's not just left-wing figures, and it's not just right-wing figures, and it's not just smaller streamer figures, too. It's everybody. Every single person, whether they have one sub, or they have 10 or 100 or 200 million subs, all act like smaller streamers. And we just got to get back to talking to each other again. Like, we have to reclaim the energy that we lost. We have to bring it back. And on that note, let's start taking calls. First person in your own time, Richard.
I was gonna say, you can just hit the accept button. He probably stepped away for just a second. I know how that goes with call-ins.
Yes.
So it was back on the kill stream, you know, it's like, you know, so-and-so, welcome, you're on the kill stream. And he's muted.
Okay. Give me one
That's
second.
the wonders of live call-ins, but it is nice that Discord sort of stole X's like call feature with the audience thing now, because I'm like, this feature's pretty cool. Like,
It's useful.
but it's very useful. It's too bad that old Ralphie doesn't have a tech guy that knows and could operate it, so he could do call-ins. Man, what a shame that is, isn't it?
I always found it weird that it was like people needed to have friends of friends of friends to help them point out things that should obviously be useful. Because it's like
Should be just common sense.
We're all relatively the same age. How is it that all of you people are tech boomers? That's weird.
I don't get it. I'll tell you what it is. It's the Appleization of everything. Like people that are like so wed to the Apple ecosystem are computer retarded. Oh, sorry, I mean computer disabled person.
I have never owned an Apple product, but I have had an Apple account. Oh, he disappeared.
Well, he probably was having mic problems.
Okay.
That's usually how it goes.
But they have disappeared from the majority of their stuff, because for me, I cannot use an Apple product. I cannot do it because the best I can do is like I will use Apple Music. That's it. And even then, there's like some guy that changed all of my security code passwords to something in Japanese and has been going back and forth with me, changing my password on my original Apple account. And it's like, I can't contact Apple about it because they don't help users when their accounts have been stolen. And so it's like, what the fuck do I do here? What good are you?
Pretty much. You're just kind of SOL.
So it's like, not even that big of a deal. Because at best, it's like, I can find new tapes of the voice acting mastery classes that I took when I started my lessons with people like the voice coaches, such as Crispin Freeman, since that is his voice acting mastery list that he's been doing for like 10 years in the background. At the same time, when it comes to Apple products, it's like, you have none of the features I want. So why the fuck would I use your service when you can't give me basic things? You are nothing to me. Nays returned. It's like you give me nothing, you offer me nothing, and your phone is too expensive, and so is your PC. The only reason I have to use your shit is because all the fucking computer labs inside of high schools or inside of the colleges were all Apple products, and that's it. And they're
they were
shitty
sold on a
products.
bag of goods. They were sold on a bag of goods that, oh yeah, because they're Apple products, they will never get viruses and never get hacked. Well, that didn't last very long.
Right. In your own time, Richard. He's returned. And now we wait. Ding, 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 ding,
There we
ding,
go.
ding, ding.
You do have to unmute your mic, though.
You do have to unmute your microphone. Welcome, Richard. How can I help you? Pregnant pause.
Most heaven. Do you have IP freely here? Hey guys, we got an IP freely here. Hey guys, IP freely.
Oh, I heard a noise.
Gave me
Oh, we got a sentence.
You may have to turn. I was saying you may have to turn down your noise gate on Discord a little bit.
Is that better?
It's still
And
cutting out a little bit,
it's
but
still
go ahead.
cutting out, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just using my phone at the minute, so and listen,
Okay.
it's an Apple phone.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
Apple and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Okay, Richard. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be in and
The technology
Yeah, I'm gonna
is
be-
getting.
sorry.
Go
Is
ahead.
that better?
A little bit, but you sound a little bit further away.
Yeah. It just took me back to the old internet that I used to be on when I was in my 20s, and it was more freer, and you could say more stuff than it is now because it's become sanitized to the point where people have to make up words.
I mean, it doesn't stop people like me, but for the general person that just wants to be able to describe somebody for the accurate word that it is, you say that word, censorship immediately.
And some
Yeah, it sucks.
some words have lost all meaning because people say it all the time. Like incel, so people say that word all the time, but people don't know what it actually means and stuff. So
Yeah, well, if you really think about it, like a lot of these words, like incel, I mean, the words like the R word, the F slur, like all of that stuff.
I would
like,
say the R
it's-
word on Twitter.
I have no idea. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be polite because I say it all the time on my stream. But you know, these words, like they are words that are meant to describe somebody, whether it's their disability or their sexual orientation or whatever, right? And platforms say you're not supposed to do that, right? But
Yeah.
what is incel but
It doesn't mean
describing
anything no more.
someone's, yeah, what is using the word incel but referring to somebody's like social status and trying to use it as a weapon against them, right? Like you're trying
Yeah.
to, and it's used in much the same way that the other slurs are. You're not describing someone's sexual orientation by calling them the F slur. You're not saying that somebody, literally has a disability by calling them the R word. That just means you're a person I don't like. I need a word that describes you, and I'm gonna pick the word that I can say that comes to mind first. For some people, it starts with the letter N. For some people, it starts with letter F.
Well, as a legal R word by law, I don't mind people saying it. So, yeah, I don't mind people saying like slurs and stuff like that. I guess it gets people. It makes people are more free when they say slurs. I can't explain it, but when people say slurs, it's like they get more happier when they say slurs.
I'll tell you what it is. It's a pressure release valve, in that, it can be cathartic for people to just like call somebody a slur, and then it's like, they're not as angry as they were or frustrated as they were because, that person has been called a slur, and it's like, okay, I'm calm now. I got it out of my system. And at the same time, it also removes the stigma behind the word too, because if everybody's calling each other the N-word, then it
Nobody's an
slowly
N-word.
moves away. Yeah, if everyone's an N-word, no one's an N-word. So it takes the stigma away from the word, and that's why the word has so much power. That's why it's a power word, because people get so upset when you say it. It gives that word power. If people were just dropping hard R's all over the place, it would be a totally different situation. No one would care anymore. It would have no stigma attached to it. And
I think
so
that-
these platforms give these words power because you can't say them.
I think that started to happen with the R word and incel. So just like 10, 15 years ago, when you say the word incel, people used to get angry, but now people just throw that word around. And same thing with the R word, with the Defenders campaign saying that they need to bring it back. Same with the F word as well. People starting to bring that back. And the S word, because England, you can't really say it. I might get arrested if I say it. So it's to do with disabled people. It starts with S, ends with Z.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that if we could take the stigma away from the word, then we wouldn't need to censor the word, because no one would care that you're using this word. Nobody would get personally offended. We live in the era where everybody is personally offended by something, by everything. And they use their personal offense to try to dictate what other people can do, whether it's with their content, with their life, with their job, with their very existence. Like, you have all of these little dictators that just want to control an aspect of your life, and they use any of these means necessary, these tools that they have been given by the power brokers, to go and mess with other people and control their lives. And it sucks.
Me and my friends used to R word all the time when we when I'm at my disabled centre. We used to R word all the time. To say it's like our N word. So we say what's up, Mark. We say what's up, my R word. So yeah, we don't mind people using that word. It's just that the people around us that look after us, they get offended on our behalf.
Yeah, and I see that a lot in these sorts of situations where somebody for which the word could, describe them or, their situation. A lot of them, they'll use that word and it takes the piss out of the word. And it's usually people that have, that aren't couldn't be described by that word that take offense on that person's behalf, like, oh my god, you can't say that.
Also, do you still talk to Lord Cat at all? Or you don't speak to him no more?
I have not talked to Lord Cat since I did that Gator Time episode. I know that.
He's not Lord Cat anymore. He's a trans person now.
I know. Yeah, I know. Lord Cat did become trans. Yes, I am aware. I'm unfortunately aware of that. Yes.
I thought he was always too fat to do that.
He lost a lot of weight. Not a lot of weight, but he's not fat as he used to be.
That'll do it, I guess. Just lose a little bit of the gun until somebody's willing to pull it up.
Yeah. A lot of incels are going that route as well. They call it transmaxing. So a lot of incels are going down that route as well. So it's starting to get worried.
I think a lot of what happens there is that the same like personality traits and problems that would cause somebody to become incel are also the same sort of issues that would cause somebody to be trans. So I think really what you're seeing there is, I think it's the things are linked. I think it's there's something else going on there rather than just something at face value, right?
It's not the frog situation, is it? They're drinking the water.
The what?
The frog situation. They're drinking the water and make them gay.
Drinking the water turn the freaking frogs gay. I don't know. It could be. It could be. There could be too many microplastics in people's balls.
I feel like a part of that little matrices, because there was so much content that I did during like the exploratory years of my content in year 8 and year 9 leading up to currently year 10 and year 11. Content creators like Mooncat, content creators like FD Signifier, content creators like, what is his name, Xander Hall would always...
Put some fucking earbuds on!
Second.
You're in public!
Thank you for that super chat for $10. I'll read that in a second. There have been multiple content creators, but Mooncat, an Australian white woman, is probably the most notable one that I can remember off the top of my head, where they would actively go out of their way to use people, to use incels. Like, far from the, not Mouthy Buddha, it was a different person, something shaman, who would show up and would just read from the incel forums and the incel posts. Specifically just because it just was funny to yuck the yum of the transgenders, or to yuck the yum of the incels, or to yuck the yum of the transgender incels. Until it became normal to call people incel, the same way that the left wing started using chud as a replacement bar word for sinner or loser. Where people now are involved in those spheres of influence, if not because they themselves are this thing, but because they identify with this thing. And I think for those people that are getting involved with the incel conversations, whether because they feel like one or they feel like they identify with them, I feel like the thing that is holding them there at the end of the day is that a lot of the conversation is that the same requirements for a person to socially get involved in their scene, become a part of the dating scene, those same mental, not hang-ups, but I guess you could call them hang-ups, until I find a better word to describe them. Those personality traits that inform you as a person to become associated with putting yourself out there are the anti-negative quirk traits for that social sphere of influence. So the dark triad traits of the Machiavellian archetypes. You have to be a sociopath, effectively, to want to put yourself in a situation where you're going to let people treat you like you are a doormat, until eventually you end up in a position like Mike from PA, or any other person who could call themselves and identify themselves as an incel. There's a piece of content that I'm currently working on, that I've been working on for almost like 3 months now, referring to Brianna the Womannequin, who is a black ATL roastie who literally lives like 2 hours away in my area, who is similar to this. She became a YouTuber because she wanted to have the fame and the glory, but she didn't actually want to do the work. So she started slumming her way through her content, hoping that she could be able to get some level of interest from going out on the night scene in Atlanta to meet guys. She ended up meeting a guy who was younger than her, who came from wealth and money, but she wanted somebody who was older. So she passed over on this younger guy. He was legal. He's legal. He's legal.
Okay. Just. You had me concerned there for a minute. I was like, uh-oh.
Just checking.
But she basically thought, he's too young. I can't get involved with him because what will people say about me? Meanwhile, she's taking pictures like any other thought on the fucking block, and is quitting her personal job as a graphic artist to chase being a YouTuber, to the point where she's making excuses for all the problems that are very obvious through the beginnings of her content. You can see when she's posting about her life and talking about her life updates. You don't have to go digging for them. They're right there on her channel. Similar to Kidology, who has done the exact same thing. Made a video about that back in the day.
I had a run-in with her last year, Kidology. She tried to dox me on Twitter, but it didn't work.
She actually tried to dox you on Twitter?
She's threatened to, allegedly.
Why?
Because, the incels were coming after her because she said something stupid. So, and she noticed me in the comment section because I was the weakest of the incels. She sort of bullied me on Twitter. Yeah.
That's not nice.
Kidology's not a nice person.
No, she's not. We learned that from how she spoke to Chud Logic and their love connection.
Do I have to take the word?
Jesus.
I don't know if you know about that love connection. Do you know about the Chud Logic Kidology love connection?
I'm aware of Chud Logic, but I don't know about the love connection thing. That's kind of that's a new bar for me.
Okay, so there is a historical take that Kidology had where she complained about British men in her area all watching basically the equivalent of ultra porn. And the problem is that she herself is a homebody. She doesn't like going out. She doesn't like putting herself out there. So, somehow, it got into the grapevine and got to the ears of Chud Logic that Kidology was into him. So he slid into her DMs. And it was a very cringy slide in her DMs. And what happened was is that she then went on to a live stream and did a 2-part live stream because her internet kept cutting in and out. She didn't even get to finish it in a single broadcast. 2-part live stream of her exposing these DMs that she was having back and forth in the emails and comments with Chud Logic.
That's so fucking funny. What is it with the commentary community and always like this shit happens?
But like,
Can't they just buy it?
go ahead.
Can't they just buy like women in the areas that are going for like YouTubers? Or is that illegal?
I think it must be in the YouTube terms of service or something that you have to like find a busted YouTube roastie and you have to try to slide in her DMs or something. I don't know.
I guess they think they had a chance with her because she hit the wall. But
I don't know.
I
don't know.
I don't know. I don't pretend to know. I just work here.
When I look at people like Kidology, she looks like the equivalent of a Queen Herbie backup dancer. And that's because she actually does look like a Queen Herbie backup dancer. I know exactly which one I'm imagining, too. But when Kidology complains about her situations, similar to Brianna the Womannequin, or any person who's ever considered themselves an incel or somebody who's having hard luck in life and in dating, it's similar to like when June was complaining about her dating experience with Gregory Fleur when they were going through that LG. Got it right this time. The DD-LG relationship that both June and Greg were having on and off again, back and forth, for that period between 2014 and 2018, that then came to an abrupt head when they were incapable of seeing each other long distance over COVID in 2020
I was gonna say,
2021.
came to a shoe on a head.
And then
Maybe that.
the jokes that we always made over the years was that June's politics was whoever she was dating at the time, because it was very clearly the politics of whoever she was dating at the time. It's very similar to the
Right.
relationship of Chris Ray Gun and Lacey Green on the left, because like here's a Bernie bro and a sex positive feminist able to sit next to each other on a podcast, and they sound like normal people as a normal couple in a normal relationship. Similar to, here's this man who makes conspiracy theory videos on the internet, and here is, unfortunately at the time, I'm not saying it because I am hateful, it's just accurate, effectively an internet roastie, who was going to another man who was at least on her level intellectually, or felt that there was something kismet about him that put them on each other's level intellectually. And eventually they grow apart because they spend so much time apart that she can't see him. And then the next thing that happens is that after she breaks up with him, he goes and refollows, or rather follows, I think she was a cosplayer, if not just a normal e-girl, that looked exactly like her. Another woman with the boxy curse. And then something happens.
Are you talking about Kiwi, whatever
Yes,
her name
Kiwi.
was?
Yes, Kiwi the Small. I think her name is.
Yeah,
Yet
I remember
another.
that.
Yet
we
another
covered
woman.
that on the Killstream back in the day.
Yet another woman who has the boxy curse. How, Boxy?
Yeah,
how are you
remember-
possessing these women?
He tried to set himself up with the younger model. Yeah.
And then at some point, somewhere in that 4-month period, she gets together with Unimania Esquire, and he puts a baby in that shit immediately. And now they're married, and now everything's fine.
I mean, as one is supposed to do when they find a girl that they really like.
And overnight, her viewpoints, her politics, and her perspective snap, crackle pop, flips like a switch. And now everybody's able to understand exactly how the fucking sausage is made. And apparently, it's made with tender kisses directed to the shaft. And now, she is there as the voice to the people who are unbegotten in the male loneliness epidemic. Or whatever they're calling it this week.
Whatever catch-all term is being
they're
used.
calling it man keeping this week.
I thought it was the male loser epidemic. Or are we on the chopped man era still?
Yeah, but we're still on the top man era, so women are calling it man keeping because when their husband or boyfriend opens up, they feel like they don't really care about what's going on in their husband's or boyfriend's life, so they call it man keeping.
Yeah, it's the inverse of women complaining that men didn't care about women's inner lives. And these men, who are maybe 1, 2, 3, 3.5 generations deep, of teach men not to rape, have emotional intersecting lives that they have rich inner lives of attempting to reach out for. This is actually what I was talking about earlier, before we went live. They have rich inner lives that they try to get other people to be involved in from their personal social circle, from their families and their friends. But the women around them do not want to be involved in the interpersonal lives of the men. They want the men to do the habits and jobs and work of the physical labor and emotional labor that the women put at their feet. So they tell them, I would love it if you would be vulnerable. The guy who has been told all his life, this is what you're supposed to do to have a woman, keep a woman, tries to be vulnerable to let the woman in. The woman rejects it because, ew, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be stoic, and you're not supposed to tell me about these problems. Something, 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 a woman would rather see a man die on his horse than watch him fall off the horse, something, something, something. And they then get rejected or ignored, depending on the relationship of the woman they're talking to. If it's a family member, they get treated like they are a dysfunctional male, and they are basically now a dysfunctional female, because they're not operating like, quote, a toxic male should be. Because toxic masculinity is just normal masculinity. But a woman's complaining about you doing it, and she would rather you not do it, because she just wants to complain. Kvetching. If it's a woman that... Go ahead.
There also King of the Hill episode, in the revival episode 9 that talked about this, but they just said, in the end they just said men bad, really. I didn't really like that episode of King of the Hill revival, episode 9.
More or less. If you're talking about the new King of the Hill Shippuden? Yeah.
King of the Hill. I'm gonna be the next Hokage. I tell you what.
Well, they're gonna be on SmackDown next week anyway, so
King of the Hill's gonna be on SmackDown? What?
yeah, it's a cross promotion thing.
Huh? Levesk! What is this?
It's just gonna be like King of the Hill on the wrestling mat. So they might do an animation of Hank Hill, they might not. Depends on the expenses, yeah.
So I just want to get this right, Richard. You're telling me that there's going to be an AR experienced event where I'm going to have to put on some fucking glasses at home to watch Hank Hill possibly put Brock Lesnar or whoever the fuck's going to be in that ring in a fucking figure 4 leg lock. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't think Hank Hill's gonna do that. I think he's gonna promote the show and stuff like that. So
Oh,
You know
you got my hopes up.
Now
You know-
let
you know
me
what
tell
they do-
you
you know what they
something,
do at the-
brother.
You
Hulk
know what they do at
Hogan
the
was the
end?
greatest wrestler that ever lived.
You know what they do at the Emmys with Brian and Stewie? They had them in animation form, performing live. They're gonna do that with Hank Hill, I think.
I mean,
Thank
Now
you on
letting
that.
these sissy boys like Logan Paul, who's a influencer, into the wrestling ring, and you know what? It's destroying the sanctity of the sport. I tell you what.
It'd probably be more funny if they had Dale on instead of Hank.
That would be pretty great.
Let
My-
me tell you something. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. They say you can't see John Cena, but I can see him right there in the ring. The government's trying to gaslight you into thinking that you can't see John Cena, but I can see him. I see everything.
I'll probably beam him.
oh my god, your Dale is so good. Better than mine. Okay.
I don't tell you what my for wrestling, man. The rock community, like if you're smelling wrong, you know how it goes.
Now let me finish my thought, and then let me read the super chat somebody said. Okay, so yes,
Bang on Brock Lesnar, no.
they tried to reach out and understand and talk to these women the way that the women told them that they're supposed to talk to them. Teach men not to rape, tell them to be more sensitive and more feminine, and all that really leads is it makes men get fucking clowned on, right? They become Mike from PAs, and they're not capable of manhandling the shit out of the Kira chats that clearly want them to manhandle them. Because all over the content that she was putting out, because I went through and I found the leaks and I found the text logs that were associated to the picture she was posting to her media feed. While she was still streaming on Twitch, she was putting out content and was promoting content and also selling content where you could send her a dick pic and you could send her a face pic
Yikes.
that she could rate. And she had a rate for if she was to be honest. She had a rate for if she was supposed to praise you. And then she had a $10 upcharge surcharge rate for the time as well as if it was for humiliation. If you went over a certain amount of time, she wouldn't respond to it. The rates were like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. No, it was always it was always $20 up. So like 10, 20, 30 and $40 to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 and then fucking 30, 50, 70, 90, close to $100 for content. Cause she was selling humiliation fetish shit and like findom. And because of that social haze ritual that has become common on the internet, that was at the middle of the T-spill, all the fucking battle of the mids, telling other people that they're broke, chopped, dusty, dirty, and broken, all gossiping about a bunch of people. The normal reaction that an incel's supposed to have is they're supposed to get angry, and they're supposed to put a woman in their place. For the women that they're actually interested in talking to, that are very clearly playing social games. And then for all the other people, you just don't give them attention. And they will end up like Reality Mannequin. Or they'll end up like Kidology. And then Kidology has to decide, well, do I want men who are looking at Miss Sonia anal fetish ultra porn? Or do I want to actually call back to logic and tell him that I'm free on Tuesday? Excuse me, Tuesday!
It's Tuesday, innit?
This is more or less what happens and has been happening to the incels. And then, every once in a while, a content creator like me and Kat would come along, and I can't do an Australian Kiwi accent, but you'll come along and say, it's so bad what's happening to men. These men are just, they're so depraved and then broken. And then, that's one side of her face. The other side of her face, she makes a fucking Beastie Boys parody and mocks them about the fact that, what was the fucking lyrics of her song? I can't even remember. I gotta look it up. 1 second.
Was I on that chat with you when I came into the Discord that day?
Yep, that was your first time in my audience. I remember.
Yeah. Because I came back from somewhere and I heard your stream and I heard this English person talking about incels and I had to hop in. So
Bless you here.
Damn, girl.
Can I even be able to find this fucking video? Oh, it's gonna take me a while.
Have you guys had to sell a house before? I gotta do that next week. I'm putting
My condolences.
Yeah, I'm putting my house on the market because I'm moving my mom into a care home. So I've got to deal with that. It's do you do it by yourself or you got to go to an agency?
The best way to do it is to have an agent do it, because otherwise you're going to be fielding a lot of phone calls and stuff.
Because my house is worth like a lot of money, so just half, like a third of that is going towards my mom's care. So, and I'm going into a care home for disabled people. So
I found it.
I gotcha. If you think you would be able to do it, because of course the agent's going to take like a cut of it. If you want to maximize the amount of money, you can do it yourself, but just know that you'll have to field a lot of phone calls and you'll have to do a lot of the negotiating and stuff yourself. And that can be kind of daunting.
Yeah, I can get my uncle to help me, so hopefully he help me.
Oh yeah, you could always, if you have somebody with some sort of expertise or somebody that can help you do it, I would recommend trying it that way, because you're gonna have to field a lot of like phone calls from people, and you have to do a lot of shit testing, basically, for lack of a better term.
I know it's very bad in a minute, but I'm not sure it's gonna improve like next year or not or something. So
okay, I found what I was looking for. Go ahead.
Now is the perfect time to sell, the worst time to buy.
Okay. Oh, I remember her.
Okay, I found the thing I was looking for.
This chick, I recognize that face.
So, at the back of this video, she has a song and an outro that she uses using, I forget what song of the Beastie Boys it is, but she spends the entirety of this video essay for 1 minute and 52 or whatever period before this, just talking about incels and saying they have it so bad. The manosphere is failing these incels. They're not able to do anything. Almost every single section's got a fucking trigger warning ahead of it, because she just wants to shit on red pill content creators. And then, towards the back, after saying the incels have it so hard because they're just being lied to, what's the solution? Like, I think we have to rethink masculinity.
To be fair, a lot of the red pill creators are
They are. But
they're mostly former pickup artists. So the red pill used to be about men's rights, and then the pickup artist came in 2014. So do you remember the pickup rights? What do you call it? In the early 2000s.
I do remember the PUA shit. I hated it then, and I still hate it now.
They invaded the red pill space in 2014.
Yeah, I remember, because it was like right about the same time that Gamergate happened.
Yeah.
And now we're stuck with
I recognize some of the talking points that the PUA used to use. I was like, oh, this is the pickup artist stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all, basically like Andrew Tate. Like that's all he does is he's standing on the shoulders of slightly taller midgets. I can't really call them giants because a lot of them were really short.
Even
PUA guys.
Even Hassan has a PUA channel called Professor Bro. I mean the bro professor.
He was talking about Hassan Piker's former identity, where he's trying to grift off of the same Reverend Peel Spear experience. Fucking open shirt and everything. Hi, I'm the professor. I'm gonna teach you how to get girls.
I'm gonna teach you how to get laid. Yeah, and step one, what is it? Trend maxing.
Money making.
Step one, take a steroid. I'm not saying Hassan Piker took steroids. I'm just saying that, you know,
Allegedly.
the way that his shape, the way that his face is oddly shaped seems indicative of certain substances that may or may not have been used.
Now, let me read this.
They-
Let me read the super chat real quick. Lord Cat started to associate online with a lot with a guy called Antoinette, who has Kiwi Farms thread, and after they talked after a while, Lord Cat also went trans. He was never T-focused. He was converted. I believe it. You were saying?
I forgot what I was saying now. Sorry.
Rip. Run it down! Run it down! Anyways, this video.
So what was that? So that super chat was about what? Lord Cat?
Yes.
I think Lord Cat's dad passed away, and I don't think he really gotten over that. And his mum's been a pain as well as his sister. So before that, I think that's what contributed to him being converted into a trans person, allegedly.
Allegedly.
See, I have a theory about this, and I think you'll find out like how far he's willing to go with it. Whether this was something that was like legitimate that maybe he just didn't talk about, or whether it's like, you know, a crash out or something. It becomes pretty apparent pretty quickly like which of the two camps he falls into.
So,
because I mean, you got to be willing to, if you're gonna go all the way, you gotta feel a certain kind of way, I suppose.
More or less.
My friend is trans, and he hasn't really gone through the surgery yet. He just took him the HRT stuff, but he doesn't want to go through the surgery. And I said, how can you call yourself a woman if you're not going to go through the surgery?
So this thing right here is what I'm talking about when I say content creators like Mooncat were both trying to call themselves advocates for people, and at the same time were shitting on them, because they would make these video essays and make this content, and then in the back they're gonna drop fucking parodies on the incels that sound and look like this. Mind you, she is musically gifted, but you use your talent in a way that I do not approve of. Kind of like Chris Reagan rejecting his calling as the voice of the downtrodden and trying to take his musical talent off the net because he had to retain his left-wing audience. So you see the problem here,
This is
right?
made better. This is made better by the fact that it's a bunch of sixes trying to talk shit.
Yes!
But they always have to have a fat one as well.
Because that was always the part.
Holy shit!
Because that was always what they were
Like,
saying.
if
Go ahead.
If
go
you're
ahead.
gonna do if you're gonna do like the incel bit, at least, you know, be attractive enough to get away with it. Like,
What they got to do is
know.
be a bit.
you don't. It's always the mids though. Like the attractive women are actually like nice to guys like that.
Some of them. Some of them are.
It's the. A lot of you'd be surprised. A lot more than people think are, but it's just like it's always the mids that are like this vicious and nasty to people.
You know, Denim's core shit now. Then again, Denim's tries too hard, and she's only capable of being where she is because she's being uplifted as one of those cocksuckers that come from the Twitch side of content creation. Because she does it,
Hassan Orbiters.
Frogan does it, Sean the Black, the new token that replaced Shark03, he got pushed out. There was a moment, I call him Sebastian, foreign man in a foreign land. He made a video dogging on certain members of the CrumTube and BreadTubers. amongst the people who are part of Cornbread too. He, Signifier, chose to side with a foreign man from foreign land because he's a Nebula nigga. And by Nebula, I mean the premium service, Nebula, where the commies and the socialists post their content, where they say they do it so that they can diversify their portfolio, but it's really just them taking open money credits and getting paid money from how many people in their audience go to get it as a service, where all their content can be found. It's where Lindsay Ellis is, it's where the janitor is, it's where H-Bomber guy is, it's where, what's the other guy's name? Folding Ideas went to a bunch of the hanger-ons and the lefty types that were attached to things like Lindsay Ellis's group Shea Apocalypse, or the people who would eventually leave, change the channel, until only Bundy was left standing. They all went towards Nebula.
Last man out, turn the lights.
Like, they all went towards Nebula, and they just made a coalition together. So any person who was in the background of that wedding photo of Lindsay Ellis, those are Nebula niggas. Which I believe also includes Mean Cat. But definitely includes FD Signifier. At the time that it happened, FD Signifier sided with a foreign man from a foreign land. And basically, after spending all his time sucking FD Signifier's cock, because once upon a time in the middle of COVID, during 2022, when Destiny was on his 2022 League arc, where he was playing bottom lane again, spamming Tristana non-stop, when Kurantos was still a part of his editing team, and August had just started out doing the majority of the edits that he did for his content. Far before all of this shit with Pixie came out, there was a broadcast moment where Shark03 was talking to FD Signifier and was crying about the fact that he was a footnote in everybody's career, because he would always act like a footnote content creator. He'd come out of nowhere, he would talk shit about you, you'd push back against him, he'd then do his coping thing, you'd respond to his coping thing, and he'd get mad that you responded and didn't just let him farm you. I showed out the stream where he tried to do that to me, and how he was talking there. But it was this situation here, with those kind of content creators, that he got pushed out of that network. And out of the blue comes in Sean the Black as the newest token, who immediately got spent like a token. And I guess he was going to be sued, but Ethan decided he didn't care that much about Sean the Black. He decided he wanted to be sexist instead of racist. And so that's more or less the tea there. But yeah, coming back to this, the content from people like Meme Cat, it's like, I laugh at it because it's a funny joke. I get it. I appreciate it. I even appreciate the musical talent. Because as a fan of Dr. Ramaracam, I'm a fan of content creators that are musically talented and musically gifted. I've even followed in that same course with my own musical talents and my own parody edits and song edits and Radio Carl edits that are all based on jokes like this. But this is mean-spirited as fuck. And I could not put energy behind it and be like, oh, come on, it's just a joke. No, it's not. They mean that shit. Which is why it was so refreshing when June came back after becoming married and then having her child, that she becomes the face that the left had to have in order to talk about the topic. And as soon as she talks about it, it's like she stole Sydney Watson's energy and just started applying it directly to the problem as a salve. I don't know if you know who Sydney Watson is.
Oh, I know who Sydney Watson is. I remember that show with what's his name? Started with an E. What was that guy's name? I can't remember.
You did the co-host of our show, didn't you?
Can you say it again?
Sydney
Richard?
Watson.
Elijah Schaefer.
Elijah Shaver, yes, there you go. But she just came through as the one person who was at least left-leaning in nature, enough to be considered a liberal because of her skeptic background, that when she started talking about the male loneliness epidemic, she stole the energy, or rather I should say borrowed the energy of talking about the topic, like Sydney Watson, and presented it in such a way where people couldn't say, nah, she's lying about it, she's just trying to cope for the Sims. And it's like, no, these are actual conversations she was having live on air and live on the internet that she's pulling from for the backside of the conversation. Because while she's doing that, people like Mooncat over here on the left are doing this. Fat lesbian kissing, bro. Isn't it cool? Aren't you convinced that it's just you? Who doesn't love this?
I don't.
I died a little inside.
Like, this was the face of the left for a majority of years.
You're
And-
not supposed to kiss her like you're trying to eat a cheeseburger. Come on.
It's so overexposed that I can see the roots of both of your hairs, and neither of you are natural blondes. Well, no, that's a lie. Mooncat probably is a natural blonde, but she clearly touches up her highlights. That girl, however, she's dyeing her roots, 100%. Oh no, I've exposed myself. I have to go to the RuPaul Drag Race Minds alongside It's a Gundam.
Oh, here we go.
But yeah, this is like the moving narrative that was existent amongst the majority of the incel talking points. And these are the girls that are basically behind the T-spill, that are behind the doxing T-pointing in the T-spill. And the level of how much they would say this about you, while at the same time doing this as a form of performative entertainment, is the reason why it became so important for Shoe-On-Head's content to be the ones that presented the conversations for so many people to notice and hear. Because without people like Shu doing what she's doing right now, where she just makes a video and she just talks about it, it creates a negativity and lie dispelling field where too many people see the evidence happening, where now, before, as I was talking about earlier, where I say, bro, are you telling me you don't see this? And a bunch of people would lie and say, no, you're making it up. You're lying. You're just crazy. You're just an incel. Don't you get it? She comes on and is like, yeah, can you guys stop acting like men don't deserve to have rights? Or balls? Or sperm? And it just changes the conversation overnight. Because now you can't pretend that it's not happening. But supposedly for people like me, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, you know? I'm just reminiscing in the internet of old because I'm an old man and I've never learned anything. More or less. And I find it deeply fascinating. Put myself aside for a quick. And I find it deeply fascinating because of the fact that when you start exposing those sides of the conversation, the topic either becomes more interesting than the person who's talking about it, or the person who's involved with it ends up showing a viewpoint to the people who are listening, because in the chat room, Stitzel mentioned that FD Signifier did indeed have a debate with Stitch and Adam. When you finally see people and they go to have conversations with other people on their broadcasts, you become so enamored with the fact, like, hey, I was told this guy's actually intelligent and has good conversation. Why is FD Signifier making such spurty arguments and acting like a dumbass who doesn't understand common sense logic? And it's like, yeah, that's how they were always being astroturfed. It was always a bait. It was always a grift. It was always an astroturf. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. So it just became so much better when, at the end of the day, you just ended up having conversations normally instead of what most of the internet has become, where they stay inside the castle, they don't go outside the castle, people talk about things happening in the castle, and then they send their hate mobs to go stop people amongst the fiefdom from talking about shit. And then every now and again, there are people like us that's like, I heard a man who likes to drink Glenlivet can't stop fucking people that's not his fucking wife's brother. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes down to the majority of the stuff that we're discussing here. Especially with the incels. Because most of the time, the supposed incels are actually the people who are carrying the majority of the news back to people, and people just aren't able to talk to them because, I don't know, If you talk to an incel, supposedly you become an incel? Question mark?
No, it doesn't work like that. So most people who come on the forum, like a certain journalist did years ago, he came on the forum and started like rubbish, but we kicked her out. But she said she wasn't there secretly, but we kind of picked up on her. Her name was Laura Bates. She was obsessed with incels like a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a lot of,
that name rings a bell.
did I pick up something new there? Sorry. Oh, you can find
Oh,
my
this chick, I recognize her.
yeah, the blonde one. My interview's still on YouTube, where a person interviewed me about being an incel.
Well, cool. I'll have to check that out at some point. But yeah, like, it's such a.
can I link it into your DMs? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. You can put it. You can
Okay.
also put it in the side chat too. I can pull it up sometime.
Alright, give me a sec.
But they've made it so. What they've done is they've tried to stigmatize an entire group of men that are, for whatever reason, struggling with an aspect of their lives, and it's, sort of it's. I don't necessarily want to say punching down, but it's sort of like they know that they can be mean.
Yeah, they're punching across.
So, yeah, they're really punching across, but they know they can be mean. It's like, did you ever have a person that was like the unpopular kid at school, and on occasion they would try to like find somebody else that was also like slightly unpopular but not as unpopular as they were, and they would try to shit talk them like the jocks, because they're like, hey, I'm cool, I'm one of you guys, I could shit talk this guy too. And then the jocks are just sitting there just like, no, actually, like, we like you even less because you're like trying to pick on this kid, even though like we're picking on you. You're like trying to redirect the blame. Like that's what they're basically doing. It's like they have obvious problems with themselves, and so what they're doing is they are trying to find somebody else to like shift the attack vectors onto. You see it a lot with people, like in some of our earlier topics, where people they're getting attacked or they have a problem with themselves, and so what they do is they try to shift the attack vector and say, oh, don't pay attention to me, look, here is this distraction, go after these incels instead, don't make fun of me for being a roasty or whatever the hell.
I love that you called it out for exactly what it is, because there's an actual term for that in legalese amongst the feds, and it's called a hornet nest. Lightning rods and hornet nests. And it is probably the most annoying thing to deal with, because that's probably where we spend most of the time getting locked up in investigations, going through everything. So, remember when the K-pop stands used to be everywhere on Twitter?
Oh god, yeah, and they were just like willy-nilly just doxing people and doing some evil stuff.
You know how many months of wasted investigation time ended up requiring people to just go through and figure out who's saying what for what reasons? And it all comes back to this person has been legally trained on how to say exactly just enough to harass people but not become legally responsible for what happens to a person if they were to commit suicide because of their bullying. It was some of the most disgusting shit. It's why once upon a time, when there was a moment where Violet Myers, yes, the porn star, Violet Myers, found herself on Twitter just trying to antagonize people alongside those K-pop stans, is the exact reason I called her a steaming lich to her face. Because there was it was a fan of hers that she was also fucking, who was also the media manager of her fan staff. And it's like, you're trying to be one of us. It's when she was spreading around pictures of her, the main character of Kakaguri. I'm forgetting that character's name, but it's been recently adapted on Netflix as a live a live action adaptation under the name Bet?
One Piece.
No, not One Piece. Kakagaguri. There is a live action adaptation on Netflix of Kakagaguri under the live action name Bet.
Oh yeah, the casting for that was atrocious.
And Violet Myers was spreading around a cosplay that she did, a slutty cosplay, along with Flashed Hole, probably for some set she was doing. That she was bragging about this while doing that annoying shit with that fan member, organizing a hornet's nest to harass any person that just laughed and thought she was being cringy and being lame. Because it's like, you know, Tiana Trump was in... Like, Tiana Trump, not an actual Trump member, but black woman whose porn name is Tiana Trump, was in jail at the time for reasons I don't remember. And Christina Rebecca Rossi and her black husband, who got arrested in Lafayetteville because he had a standoff with the cops, where the two of them made Snow Bunny Queen of Spade BBC content, was in between news stories. And it was an actual problem where they needed to document where all of this harassment was coming from, and they couldn't be able to find it because all of these K-pop stands had like 10 accounts to one person. And it was like thousands and thousands of bot accounts attacking a person at one time. And it's like 500 fucking losers that can't even pronounce the lyrics of their favorite K-pop band, all fucking with one guy because they said, yeah, you should probably go back to doing your fucking homework because you're clearly underage and you don't belong here. And the amount of them that are incels, oh my god. The ham beasts that existed amongst those accounts, bro. But I digress. But I think we have enough time. It's 3:47. I don't know if you have to go soon.
I do actually, unfortunately. So we should take another caller.
Yeah. So we're gonna wrap up here with you, Richard. Do you have any passing thoughts that you want to give before you leave?
Thanks for having me up, and nice talking to you, Peter.
It's good talking to you too. Good luck with your life and everything. And good luck on selling that house.
Yeah, it's gonna be another challenge for me to sell this house. Thanks again.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope everything works out for you.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
You're welcome. Bye.
You too.
Now I bring in Cameron. The on your best behavior, Cameron. I know Cameron comes from host Discord. How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Yes.
What's up?
Hi, Carl. Hi, Gator. Gator, bringing up Lord Cat. That is some memories. That I remember back when he used to have like I forget one of them. One of them was kind of like I think he was kind of like a white nationalist, and the other guy was like a furry. I know that sounds like a joke, but I'm serious. And it was either called Lord Cat. It was either called Lord Cat Lied, or it was called. What was it called?
I think it was Lord Cat Live.
Yeah, Lord Cat Live.
Yeah, Lord Cat Live or Introduction This Tasty. But there was also Drop Dead Cynical, and I remember I used to watch that a lot. So like, hearing that stuff, it's just like, man, that brought back some memories. But I'm like, yeah, about the, it's like like about the Zoom thing too. About is this the Zoom who talked about we're not in an emotional relationship. It's not a sexual relationship. It's an emotional one.
You're thinking of Zephanorian, the cuck alien.
Oh, that one. Shoot, dude. I get these names mixed up all the time. Again, we're talking about stuff from 10 years ago. But,
literally 100 years ago.
It's crazy. But, like, this stuff about... Dang it. I just caught on here and I just forgot the topic. Like, damn it.
Write it down!
Write it down, all right. But the thing is, like... All I just want to say is, Carl, you know, you're doing a good job. Yeah, Gator. I haven't watched you in a while, man, so it's like, I haven't really been keeping up with you guys. Like, but Carl, you talking about all this internet drama stuff, I have not been keeping up with it so much. It's just like, what was this K-pop stands and stuff like that? Ain't like Korea's like feminists like even more nuttier than ours, though?
Yes, they're actual cultists.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's all. All right. But yeah, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good one.
Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. But yeah, that one I know comes from Poe's audience, and yeah, there's just so much shit that happens that you need to have a fucking lore historian who keeps up with it, which I guess is by default me, simply because I have an eidetic memory, but that doesn't mean that I can't forget shit. Saffronette wants her in. Saffronette's almost always here, and she always wants to have her moment. We can squeeze her in for one more, and then I think we can't take any more.
Yeah, hang on. Let me get ready for this.
Okay.
I like the avatar, and I gotta do a brief impression when she joins here.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Welcome, Steph.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh shit, Pippa!
Also, Carl, why you gotta say it like that? I was waiting for a while.
I know.
And
I did not think if we would have the ability to take calls because I was not sure how many influxes of calls we were going to get. But we only had so far 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. I know there were people
Okay.
there that were inside, but they didn't put their hands up, so I wasn't sure.
yeah, but I was waiting for a good minute.
But you are here now. So what would you like to talk about, Saf?
Oh man. How about that Homestuck? Let's go on with that.
I don't know, and I'm kind of scared because it's a tie to Drivian Adreno, which means it's either going to be the biggest fucking nothing burger in history, or it's gonna be fucking mid.
It's
It
funny
could
how
be.
even decades after, Homestuck still finds a way to have a knuckle down, drag ass, community wide drama just out of freaking nowhere.
It was ordained. Somehow, both of them cosplaying it at Adamant's Matsuri that year brought this into. They brought it into existence. You have to blame Spooky Weeb Trash and Michelle for this one. I guess.
Oh dear.
I guess. I don't know, man. But, Vivian Adreno being tied to... They just featured it as a pilot. And they said it was just an Act 1 pilot. But I don't know. It feels like it's going to be one of those moments where they say it's just Act 1, and then somehow later on, it's actually the entire show, but it's being done in parts. Like Steven Universe, but shittier. I don't...
It's okay, guys. He says he's sorry.
I don't know why there's this need to try to make Vivzipot fetch.
I'll
Because
say make fetch happen.
I feel like the more that they keep trying to make her fetch, the more obvious it becomes that most of us do not give a shit about her shows. And I specifically mean by her shows, I mean Has Been on Hotel. Because everybody likes Hell of a Boss, because that one has the voice of Invader Zim on it. But for her shows in general, she's not Gooseworks, right? She's not any of the big figures that have made shows of her own, that are dealing with their own issues of content hubs. Because even before Has Been Hotel secured its ability to be a part of Amazon Prime, it was always this little bit of a nature of a show that existed specifically just so that she could be upset and angry at people at a distance without actually having earned the right to have that anger be misplaced in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
her show, Hello Boss, is simply one of those shows that popped off because of the cast, the actors, the way that they do their lines, the way that they interact with each other, and the nature upon that. But of course, then Glitch Unlimited has the exact same thing with the Amazing Digital Circus. And ARGs of old, like Marble Hornets, Everyman Hybrid. For what it's worth, even though Adam Rosner is a rapist and is a diddler of children for Tribe 12, and what have you, from the days of Slenderman mythos, for every online content creator that could have followed with the energy of Trevor Moore and the whitest kids you know, to make the material that becomes the never-ending fun that you can find from an internet historian video for things like the Costa Concordia, or Ever Given, Ever Taken, or the Ingoodening of No Man's Sky. Vivian has always struck me as a person who just wants to be involved in the sphere of influence, but doesn't actually have the ability to actually earn the right to be in that sphere. She is always playing up her level of skill. And it comes at the consequence that she becomes victimized by that group of people that she's involved with, that she has to pretty much just give her fucking self away to. Because she's not allowed to be her own self, and she's not really necessarily allowed to be the content creator that she wants to be in her own right. Any involvement that she has and gets towards what she wants to talk about and who she wants to talk to and what she's doing and how she does it, blah, 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 all of that doesn't fucking matter in the long and short term. Because she's just getting fucked over in the long term because of that nature of her job. Basically forcing that to be the case. Like, I am not saying that she can't have fun, that she can't be funny, but I am saying, oh my god, whoa buddy, it is so rough to watch her show. Because it's just not funny. It's not funny. Damn, Doug, it's not funny. Why can't you be funny, Doug? Funny? Because every time you hear a pee-pee poo-poo joke, you wish you were watching something that was made by Dave Pilkey. I would much rather watch Captain Underpants of Dogman than watch Hazbin Hotel. And it's not just Hazbin Hotel that has this problem. Even the back end of Season 2 of what you could consider Season 2 from Hell Will a Boss has this problem. And I know what's causing it. It's that feeling that she had when a lot of her hatred towards the group of people that she was involved with put her in a position where she felt like she had to do this as a way to get her get back. This was her way of getting her revenge. She got fucked over once upon a time by a group of people that didn't treat her well, and now it's everybody else's problem that has to see it and hear about it. None of us cannot deal with it unmolested away from her, or away from the people she's talking about, or the things that
God
she
has
gets
seen
involved with.
fit to grant me another day, and I'm about to make it everyone else's problem.
Yeah, she just continues being a perpetual issue for everybody else to deal with. And should you know that that is the case, she'll hold it against you and say, you're just one of those people that wanted to harass me alongside all those people I used to know. And it's like, no, I don't care. I want you to be funny. You're not funny. You're physically killing me, Vivian. Please, say something funny. It is not funny to watch you do pee-pee-poo-poo jokes non-stop for episode and episode and episode and episode. Because I don't care. It doesn't matter. You can do more than this.
At a certain point, the pee-pee poo-poo jokes are not funny anymore. It's like, okay. Do you have anything else?
Because this is the same energy that ended up being a problem with the majority of the content being made from groups like Rooster Teeth and Lowbrow. Even though, me personally, I like Lowbrow more than I would most people. Mainly because of Sonic for Hire. Just the nature of Sonic for Hire as a product makes it really good in my mind, as a little bit different than the norm that you'd come to expect. But for everything else in the middle of that conflux, you're just left with people who effectively have to lie to themselves and say, yeah, actually, this show is not dog shit. This actually is great. This is the best kind of material that I could ever get and experience. And not to mention that by bringing in a show such as that, such is Homestuck, you have obsessive personality people that if you thought they were annoying about shit like fucking solo leveling and fucking hoodweebs trying to claim Dandadan as their own, you haven't seen shit yet. When this shit reaches 1.1 gigawatts to the keck, you're gonna see some real bullshit. You're gonna see some real bullshit, and we're not gonna be able to escape it like we can't escape the fucking political satire of The Boys. And it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be like pulling teeth the entire time. Because every step of the way, you're gonna hear people who have never cared don't know, don't want to know what this show is, say, oh my god, I love Homestuck. Homestuck is the best. I've never seen... And it's going to be wide mouth, open wide, fucking Asian-ass sounding voices that have never given a shit. But because it's popular, because it's new, that means they gotta be a part of it. They gotta have something. And I hate them. I hate them. Lord grant me hate. I hate them with a burning passion. Because we can't actually get good content creators as long as people like that take up the sphere of influence for themselves and block the spotlight that other people could be able to have a hand in. And I think, for what it's worth, Gooseworks and the Amazing Digital Circus is that. If it's good and it produces something better than Adi Shankar's additions to the world, as he tries to bring back, air quote, bring back, other franchises that he thinks are dead, as he then puts his fucking bullshit fingers all over it, and says, yeah, this is my creation. I made this. As he takes credit for yet another script written by a group of people that is not him, it's going to be the same shit all over again. But then add on top of that, the fact that Andrew Hussey, more or less, seems to not want there to be archives of his fan product. So this will become like Twilight, basically. Or rather, the annoying period of 50 Shades being popular. People will say that this is the new hotness, that you should get into this show. There will be a bunch of slop that will be made about it. It'll come and go, and nothing will change. And it'll go right back to the exact status quo that it's currently at right now. And for what it's worth, I would prefer it do that. That's my opinion. I don't know what your opinion is.
I am not the biggest fan of Homestuck, so my opinion on this adaptation that's happening, it's very strange, and I know Toby Fox's involvement in it is very integral because that's kind of where he started becoming more famous, I guess.
Yeah, didn't he make music for Homestuck back in the day?
Yes, he did.
Like his original works, all of them are it's 5 to 3 layers of separation. Specifically, the one song that he's made, which is basically Megalovania, being used 3 different ways in 3 different arrangements. We'll never be free of that song. Lord have mercy.
I saw somebody post a meme that said, "You are manually aware that you know what this is," and it was literally just the bar chords. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, no. Why do I know this? It came to me, I could hear it in my mind's eye. I was like, fuck.
There's a reason why he made it a secret song, that if you try to play the first 3 chords of it, the fucking annoying dog hits you in Chapter 4 of Deltarune. That's his own fault. He brought it upon us, and we'll have to deal with it for the rest of our lives. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? But, yeah.
Why did you post it? It's too late to delete it now. Now we just have to live with it.
But, yeah, seeing that Andrew Hussey is apparently involved in this product with bringing it alive, and at the same time, Toby Fox is involved with it as well. There was a post about this earlier today on Twitter that I read. It went something like, imagine that this was happening, and then you also imagined that Toby Fox desperately wanted to destroy any history of Undertale, and you also found out that Toby Fox was responsible for making Undertale yellow. It's like that. It's one of those moments where you are watching a creator, supposedly, make a joke, where I know that Andrew Hussey, for what it's worth, he's not, desperately antagonistic to the point of, I never want to see a person try to quote my work to me again. How dare you people try to quote my work and use my work to create a fandom for yourselves? He's not like that. But it's like, we cannot escape the conversation that will be had about the show and about the content in which the show propagates, because it is effectively just on the backs of that and that alone that most of our knowledge of what they have to offer is brought to us here for what we need to know. It is a little bit of a granted mercy in a way. Like, we're hearing about it now instead of randomly out of nowhere it drops, like somebody decided to put up a very viral posting of it. And the only thing you had to prepare yourself for it was you were told that it exists, and then you found it, and now it's here. And you just have to deal with the fact that this is the new obsession and the new hotness. Even though it's probably some of the most annoying shit you could ever get, because, you know, people are not very original when it comes to the nature of enjoying content as one can. You know, it's you know, the internet's not very original in their unoriginality.
Yeah, it be like that.
I, for one, think that out of the people who are involved in this, if the voice actors get paid off this, that's cool. If Vivian tries to take claim on this being something that she wants to own as her thing, I pray that somebody with a brain tells her, no, this is not yours, no, it doesn't belong to you, no. Because otherwise, it's going to get really annoying really fast. And we will not be able to escape it. At all. Not even a little bit. We will desperately cry, begging to avoid whatever the consequence of this show will be. And if it becomes a painful experience, it's a painful experience. And whatever happens next happens.
Well, this time there won't be like many people on Tumblr really talking about it. Everybody goes to TikTok now.
True that. I just can't. I refuse to create a TikTok account.
I mean, I don't. I mean, well, it seems like YouTube is already kind of taking that mantle of like being another form of like TikTok crossover, because I see some of the same trends going on. Recently I learned about this water talk stuff, and I'm like, what the heck is that? And I look into it, and it's like people putting large amounts of sugar and sweeteners into their water. It's like incredibly unhealthy.
Oh, you're talking about the girls that would they would make these videos where they would fill up their cup with water, and then they would use literally the like the Starbucks sweetener pumps.
Yes.
With the flavoring. God, those videos drive me crazy. I saw them all over the place, and I'm just like, I'm losing my mind, because I'm like, do you know how much sugar, how much high fructose corn syrup you just put in that water?
I mean, I don't understand the psychology. I mean, there's people who just have like a very adverse reaction to just drinking plain water, and you know, there's people who do struggle with like getting their daily water intake. I mean, the way I got over it is just like having a refillable sport water bottle that I drink out of every day.
Yeah, that's what I got. This iron flask here, this big ass thing, and I just drink out of it. I fill it up, drink out of it, fill it up, drink more, pee forever.
It's great.
Yeah, but then I've seen people say like, oh, clear soda is just basically water, that's all I drink. And I'm like, huh? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah, clear sodas are not in any way, shape, or form just water. Basically water. There's a lot of extra stuff that they put in there that, especially the sodium, right? Because sodium, if people aren't aware, makes you have to pee, because it's a diuretic.
Yeah.
Makes you have to pee. And the more sodium you have, when you upset your sodium balance in your body wants to get rid of excess sodium. How does it do that? Makes you pee. Granted, people go way too hard on like sodium's really bad. So you need sodium for the sodium-potassium interaction that makes your muscles work.
Yeah, you do need some amount of sodium, but not too much.
Yeah, you shouldn't be chugging. What was it? 3. I might even be less. I think it was 6 2 liters. I'm probably getting my lore wrong, so I'll just say fact check me on this. 6 2 liters of what was that? Pepsi that Jersh was drinking.
What the fuck?
And motherfucker makes fun of me for drinking 3 Dr. Peppers. Zeros, by the way, not the sugary kind. The zeros. I was like, I drink like 3 20-ounce Dr. Pepper zeros, and now I'm down to 1. And he's like, oh, look at you. It's like, bro, you can't. You can't. You were crushing 2 liters, like.
That makes my teeth hurt. Oh my god.
Right? Like how? Like. Even at my worst, even at my absolute worst, I was not drinking that much soda. I can't. I couldn't.
I'm not a big soda fan. I like some kind of carbonated like juice, but I don't drink it all the time. Like most of the time it's just like water, tea sometimes, and like apple juice, cranberry juice.
I love tea. Tea is so good, especially if you find the right kind that you really like. And you get see what I got an electric kettle, and that was one of the best things I ever bought.
Oh,
a French press for coffee and an electric tea kettle.
Cough, cough. Not
So
sponsored by Dragon's Ready. Cough, cough, cough.
No, I'm not. I maybe in another life I will be, but yeah, I graduate on Friday. They're putting me out the pasture because I couldn't win the race. I'm getting Haru'd. They're sending me to the glue factory upstate.
Don't let me stop your tempo. Keep going. Saf?
huh? Oh, I apologize. Someone added me with something. I think the other thing I've just noticed about these trends is just like, I don't know, it shows how consumerist people really are, and then they say like, you should boycott this and such, and I'm like, y'all buying like 17 of these Stanley Cups, why do you need them?
Because it's one of those things that it turned into a status symbol to own a bunch of these things. It's the Labubus, right? It's a status symbol. They want to own them. They want to own them because it shows that they are high status women that can afford silly things that are overpriced.
I mean, a Labubu is just like a little like keychain charm. Like it looks like something a child would have and play with.
It looks like an object that Emma Frost would brag about to Jean Grey that she has 500 of them, and a solid gold-plated one that is shaped like Jeff the Shark.
But it's like, it says like some of them are like $50-$40. And I think the last time I was at Anime Matsuri, they had like bootleg versions of them, just because.
All right, well, I have reached that time, unfortunately, so I do have to go.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been really good. It's been really great to hop on here, kind of the follow-up from the podcast episode.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, you know, you're always welcome to come on at any time. I will more than likely
Absolutely,
call
I'm
you.
in your Discord. I'm in your Discord now, so.
I might even call on you in the future for potential possibilities of content and collabs. Check your Carl listings. I don't know what you're into. Are you into ARPGs?
I'm into I sell VTubers and VTuber accessories, I tell you what.
Well, depending on the video games you're into, I may or may not call you up for some content that is going through a editing process with people from other communities that I call the Base Boys. I so far have one of the short stories already up on my YouTube in the videos, but the longer ones are being worked on by Paleoangulism. So they're going to come out once they're, like, done. We'll find out there. Otherwise, I don't want to hold you for any longer than you have. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. And for people that are watching, you can find me on youtube.com/animeboomers. I am graduating on Friday evening. So, yep. Graduating, for those that don't know VTuber lingo, is basically retiring the character, usually to go do something else. But Anime Boomers will continue. It will continue.
He's just respawning as a new character. Don't worry. Do not be sad that it is...
Respawning, reloading. You may see me again. Somewhere.
Do not be sad that it is over. Be happy that you were there.
Exactly.
Anyways.
All right, well, it was good chatting with y'all. Peace. I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Ashmanek. And I think, what time is it? 4:17. Jesus Christ. We're going live for 6 hours? Really? Can I do math? Can my screen function? No, we've been on live for 4 hours. I can't count my time. No, I was awake before we went live, so that's probably that. Anyways, I think we're going to cut it there for time, because I need to now do my necessary forms of chores and work. And then I will need to figure out what I'm doing with myself later. So thank you for everybody who showed up, and everyone who was in the chats. I appreciate all you coming through, especially those that are a part of his audience as well. Consider becoming a member of the Negrohood HOA. We're always taking applications. You're always welcome here. And always know that but we'll be back again. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. If we don't see me later tonight, we will be seeing you tomorrow morning, Monday, bright and early, talking about whatever head-ass shit happens on the net, which more than likely is going to end up being a majority of this focus on the leaks that we have about the Homestuck show and whatever else happens on Monday. Bye, everyone. I love you all. I will be seeing you in the funny papers, and I'm billing you all for my therapy. Goodbye.